All right, guys, welcome in. Welcome into the Twitch channel. We should be good. We've got our camera rig set up, so hopefully we're not vibrating your teeth out. Before we get started with the actual show, we'll do a little bit of fluffer time as we most typically do here, and we'll check out a couple of things, audio-wise and video-wise, and just kind of check and make sure that everything seems to be cruising nicely. So first of all, let me do a quick audio check over in Discord. We've got Tarpy, we got DJz. Check 1 2.
Check one,
I am here,
two. Hi, everyone.
Captain.
All right, fantastic. I will not be reading Twitch chat today. That will be our moderator is going to be helping me with that, and then of course we'll be inviting you into Discord voice to have a conversation. But as far as I'm concerned, we're just doing a voice call today. Those of you who are in Discord or if you are in Twitch chat, were you able to hear Tarpy and DJz okay? DJz, give me a count to 10.
1, 2, 3, meow, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
And Blaze
10.
says yes.
Everyone says yes.
So they can hear DJz, they can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everything seems to be coming through okay. Hopefully not a ton of road noise.
Christian wants to know. That is Christian, right? Edgemaster, if he is a moderator yet. And the answer to that is no.
Who's Christian?
Edgemaster?
Oh, no, that's Edgemaster. That's Caleb. Hey, what's up, Caleb? Caleb's in chat. Caleb's in chat. He just asked if he was a moderator yet. That's funny. So what you see, we've got two different camera angles here. And hey, Caleb, how are you? We're driving. We've got two different camera angles. We've got the road view here, and then we've got the interior cabin view here. This is me. Oliver's sitting up here. He's driving navigator spot. We got Noah back here. All right. Let me ask. Awesome. Let me ask the Twitch chat if you guys, how does this stabilization on the camera look? I think I still see a little bit of vibration, but I'm in the car, so I can't really tell. So what's it look like to you guys? How does is the stabilization good?
Yeah.
In other words, was the money I spent on this mount worth it? That's what I'm asking. Because it was an expense.
The forward one, yeah, the forward one looks better than the backward one, but that's probably because the forward one has items that are further away, so it's harder to tell the vibration.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I kind of figured we would spend more time out here than inside. Because I mean, that would be boring. You guys just want to stare at me while I drive. That's ridiculous, right? Plus, not to mention, Tarpy, I kind of figured that this would double as a dash cam. So if anything crazy were to happen, we've got it on film. So, yeah, we could do something like that. But we can always
one way to write off.
Yeah, but we can always pop in and say hey to you guys.
Okay.
And do something like that. So everything seems to be working good in the stream quarters then. Great.
Yes, and I'm going to have ads start in a minute, so we have an hour without them.
Perfect. So ads are going to drop here in about a minute, folks. If you're not subbed, I don't know how that's possible. But if you're not subbed, then get yourself subbed, and we'll get you an ads dropping in about 45 seconds. And then we're going to begin our show. The Talking in Cars is returning today, so we are going to publish this as podcast. And we're just doing Twitch audio or Twitch video along with, because we're doing a little bit of IRL with you guys, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, we will be broadcasting this as a podcast a little bit later, because I think that there's some important stuff to talk about, and the weekend events and more Flashpoint, et cetera, et cetera. So.
One more comment before you do get going and we have ads and shit. Sorry. The only thing for your camera is when it's rear facing that you don't have the mirror on to actually show you on the American driving side of the car.
I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, don't fiddle with it. It's not that important.
Okay.
But I wanted to bring it up for if you do that again, that's a button to look for.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'm probably not going to mess with it.
Don't mess with it. Just
I know there's a setting for it. We've used it before. There is a setting for it. I just don't know where to find it right off. So, and like I said, we'll probably stay on this screen most of the time and do some IRL with you guys. That's right. It'll be fine. It'll be good.
Ads for 3 minutes, everybody. In not podcast land.
So how is everybody today?
They want to know where you're going.
So we are headed to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. We are currently just over the line in North Carolina. We drove yesterday to Gatlinburg, Tennessee to spend a day. And we left Gatlinburg this morning and have not made it very far because it feels like I've been in construction nonstop. Listen, I'm curious. I'm going to ask a question. Is Trash Keeper in chat? Trash Keeper, are you in chat? All right, we need somebody to let me know when Trash Keeper's here because he knows the roads in the United States better than anybody I've ever met in my life. I feel like I-40. I feel like something disastrous must have happened to I-40 because we were on it for 40 miles, and the whole thing is construction. And we passed several different spots that looks like maybe the road caved in. I don't know what happened. I've never seen construction like that. Is that what happened?
DJ, almost the entirety of I-40 fell into the Pigeon Forge River during Hurricane Helene.
You know what? We thought that might have been it. That's exactly what we thought, Punch, because there's the river down there, but the road didn't look like a normal widening project. It looked like the road was broken away. Like broken off in a lot of sections.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, over 20 miles of the eastbound fell in, and about 5 miles of both lanes of traffic fell in. It had been closed for almost 3 months, and then it finally opened to 1 lane each direction. And it might only be 1 lane in each direction for a majority. Still, you can tell me that.
It is. Yeah, it was very slow. We were moving at probably 20, 25 miles an hour through that whole thing. It was just absolutely crazy. I was really surprised at that. And like I said, it didn't look like a normal construction project. It didn't look like a normal widening project or something like that. It was. That was some weird looking construction. So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Wow. Absolutely crazy. That's mind blowing. Because it was, I wish we had enough signal. There wasn't even good signal through there. I would have streamed some of that Putz because it was fascinating to see, but.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you got to record it. But
I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
I would say that area is notorious for bad cell signal from basically about 20 miles before the Tennessee-North Carolina line, almost to about maybe 20 miles until you get to Asheville. It's spotty at best.
Yeah, it wasn't really good, but like I said, very fascinating construction through there. Some of the equipment I've never seen before. And like I said, where the bridges were, you could tell that concrete was broken off. I wondered if that's what it was. So it all fell in. Goodness gracious, what a disastrous project. And a disastrous area, too. That is a really tight area for them to be doing this kind of mega construction. Because you've got the river on one side and you got the mountain on the other side. There's no room to maneuver in there. What a project. I was talking to DJz about this before the show started. It's, I guess it's good to see all the construction out there. I mean, there's jobs and, there's tax dollars flowing, which is good. But that was just a massive project. And I'd be willing to bet that project is going to take years. I mean, it seems like it's going to have to take years because, if they're a year in and it took them 3 months to even reopen it. We're a year in, we're still single lane for over 20 miles, and there's areas where they still don't have enough land. There's still not enough land to re-widen the highway. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do through there. Putz, how do you even build that back when the land is gone? How do you do that? Are you going to build a 100-foot tall retaining wall and fill it in?
They are debating on whether or not they're going. They are actually debating on that right now. There are several bridge techniques used in different places in the world that use pylons and kind of almost make a sideways bridge instead of a bridge across the river. It's like a bridge next to the river, so that you are actually traveling almost on top of the river a little bit. But yeah, that project probably won't be completed for another 5 years.
Hey, look in that bag.
And that's without any other hurricanes in the middle.
Yeah. Look in that bag and get your charger out, and then you can give that to Noah. He can plug you up in the second row. There's no more plugs up here. Oliver's asking for an iPad charger. Yeah, the boys are in the car, so Christian is sleeping. Oliver's up here in the captain's chair with me, and he's got his headphones on and is watching his iPad, and then Noah's got his AirPods in. I told him I was going to be streaming, so they have made attempts to entertain themselves during this time. So, but yeah, I do see that I'm down to about 2 bars, but hopefully, yeah, the dead body in the back, that is Christian. Yeah, he's sleeping in the 3rd row.
Hey.
What?
Hey, no chat.
Sorry,
No chat.
sorry, my fault. I had just picked that up because Oliver was trying to plug in his iPad. Sorry. Okay, my fault.
And yes, Owen, they are all wearing shirts. It is a shock.
I know they are indeed wearing shirts. You want to say hi? I'll turn it around again real quick. So here's Otterbox. He can't even be bothered. There he is. See, he's wearing my Beats and is dead to
Camera
the
did
world.
turn.
Yeah, it did. You're probably just on a delay. And then yeah, there's Noah and dead body in the back. We've been driving for a little while.
There we go. Oh, that's like a 15-second delay this time.
Yeah, that was a pretty good delay there. So, anyway, really interesting project that we saw going through I-40. Then I got on I-26, and it is all construction. Now we're out of construction seemingly for a little bit here on I-26, but now it's starting to rain. So I've just had the most favorable driving conditions. You guys don't even know. So, but anyway, to summarize, for those of you who are returning from commercial break, we went to Gatlinburg yesterday, which was amazing. We had an absolutely wonderful time. We stayed at the Wayback Hotel, a Marriott Bonvoy property. We love Marriott Bonvoy. And actually, we've stayed at the Wayback property multiple times. That's phenomenal property. If you guys are ever in Pigeon Forge, I highly suggest the Wayback. It is one of their tribute portfolio collections, so it's not a normal hotel, Tarpy. It is a themed hotel, and it is themed in like 60s, 70s rock disco era. It's very cool. Just everything is paisleys and flower petals, and like war, love and peace kind of thing. They have an amazing pool. They've got great cabanas. They have an old Airstream trailer, like one of the silver Airstream trailers. You know what I'm talking about? That is like cut in half and gutted open, and it's a bar. They've turned it into a bar poolside. They've got an amazing little restaurant inside. The rooms are all decorated really, really nice. They're very, very, very cool open floor space rooms. So just a really, really nice property. Anytime we go to Pigeon Forge or Gatlinburg, I always stay at the Wayback. We've been there like 6 or 7 times. It's an amazing property. Love the people there. They're really, really good. And because of my Bonvoy status, we got upgraded into a really nice room. We got upgraded into a really nice room. So the Noah and Christian had their own bedroom, and then Oliver and I shared a bedroom. Like we got put into a suite. It was super cool. We went to Soki Mountain Water Park yesterday for the day, and I'm not entirely sure. I have a medical condition to ask you guys about, and then we're going to get into the show. I promise. We're going to start the show here shortly. I just got to catch you guys up. So you guys knew I burnt the crap out of myself when I went to Cocoa Beach last week. Well, I thought it had mostly turned in. I didn't think that I was going to peel or anything like that. But yesterday, being in the sun, something weird happened to my chest and shoulders. It almost looked blistered, okay? But I wore a ton of sunscreen yesterday and did not burn yesterday. But when I came in, it looked almost blistered. I had little bubbles all over my chest and shoulders, but I didn't burn. And when I got in the shower, they just started to turn into like peeling skin. And today, I look like a speckled frog. It is ridiculous. My whole chest is just a disgusting, peely, nasty, gross. So I'm curious, why didn't it happen before yesterday? Like, if I got burnt last week, shouldn't I have started to peel? Why did it?
So I don't think any of us in the chat are actually qualified to give
I didn't.
medical advice. I know you're not asking, but like I always have to. Insurance purposes, we have to say shit like that, right? So,
I need official qualified medical advice from somebody who is an actual physician doctor, because I'm pretty sure my skin is boiling off.
Okay, he wants you to look at his lumps, people. He wants you to look at all of his lumps. The feeling in the chat is it hadn't healed.
Uh-oh.
But I got another one. So when you use it heals the top layers of your skin, and your lower layers of skin have to like speed up their development to be able to take care of the job of being the top layers of your skin. You didn't give them the chance to do that, so they're easier to burn, sunscreen or not, if you get sun on them.
I heard most of that, but long story short,
And
I think what she's saying is that I didn't have enough time to actually peel the last time I got burnt, and yesterday just accelerated the process, that now I look like a lizard. I look like a lizard.
You want to be really careful. Yeah, you want to be really careful the next week or so, because that is all baby skin, like new skin that doesn't have its outer plating yet. So, just be really careful with
so my
sunscreen.
skin has outer plating. I'm like a robot. Let me activate my nano plating.
I'm trying to do this with like good science communication here. Like
activate nano plating.
Yeah, you're cutting out really hard, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I've got like one bar. Yep, I've only got like one bar, but it looks like...
Yeah, you are in a bad spotty patch. Yeah, Discord's probably better at getting more stable overall, but because at least you'll hear us. Let's see.
Yeah, I am probably...
And for what it's worth, everyone, I am literally riding a bike in my basement right now. So I am multitasking and only watching one chat at a time.
Yeah, I still only have one bar, but yeah, you're right. Discord audio is going to be more stable. It takes less bandwidth than the video stream, I'm sure.
Can you hear me? No. There, he's back. Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you cut out a lot.
Yeah,
Joe saved me.
We're in the mountains.
I'm a Joe. Get up here and save me. see you.
All right. Looks like
Yeah, you're in a bad spot.
yeah. It looks
All
like
right.
looks like it's coming back though. I've got 4 bars.
Hi.
Who that?
Who do you think?
Somebody.
Oh,
Hi.
Bubba Joe. Sorry, I didn't. You're still breaking up to me a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, Bubba Joe is here. What's up? Welcome to my IRL beach trip. How are you, buddy?
Oh.
Burned a week ago, but then reburned yesterday. I don't know. It's all weird. I don't understand science of burning, but yeah, no, I'm fried, and we're not even at the beach yet.
That's an enjoyable feeling. Listening to the ocean, that's an enjoyable sound. None of that makes up for the 4 days of pain that follow visiting the beach.
That's fair.
You sound like Anakin. I don't like
So-
sand again. Okay, Anakin.
I think there are worse things I can be called.
What, than Darth Vader? Yeah, no, there probably is, absolutely.
No, Anakin. Like, yeah, you could be Palpatine.
See, he wasn't Anakin anymore when he killed all the kids, so that's okay. Being Anakin is okay.
No,
He just lied to the Jedi,
no,
got
Anakin-
He
married.
hasn't submitted his name change with the Republic yet.
Yeah, Anakin killed those kids, bro. Just saying.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. No, he was when he stormed the temple with Order 66. He was no longer Anakin. He was Darth Vader. He was already the apprentice.
That is one of John Williams' best musical cues, by the way. That particular stairway of everything.
Yes. Yes, it is. And John Williams has some fantastic music.
Yeah.
So,
Ooh.
anyway, how are things in Star Trek land, DJ?
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about that when I get my connection just a little bit more stable. I'm surprised at how bad it is right now because I'm down to 1 bar again. But yeah, no, it looks like it's another controversial weekend inside Star Trek Fleet Command, which we're going to talk a little bit about coming up a little bit. I generally like what they've done with event design. I'll tell you, Bubba, this is very, very weird, very different. I don't think weird is bad, by the way, but it's very different. They're bulk loading events. Like, there's not daily events. They gave us an entire humongous bucket of stuff to do, but it lasts for a week, you know, which I kind of like to play at your pace thing, but players are finding it very overwhelming because I'm not kidding you when I say there's probably, Tarby, 45 tasks, 45 or 50 little events.
So are the players trying to do a week's worth of events in a day? Because, I mean, if that's the case, then it's just players being players.
So it's 5 days of 3 sets of 5 tasks. So there's 15 tasks a day. On day 1, only day 1's tasks are technically open. And
well, that's not
work
true.
ahead
Yeah, you
on
can't
all
really
the other
say
ones.
that. You just can't claim the rewards. But I mean, you can do all 75 tasks
That's
in
what
one
I'm
day.
saying.
Well, I don't think it's even fair to say that they're locked. You know,
So-
players can do all 75 events in one day, and then the rewards are spaced out over 5 days, Bubba.
You
So-
can't do all of them in one day.
You can if you spend enough.
No, you literally can't do one of them all in one day. But that's
Oh,
fine.
the daily log one. Okay, come on. You guys are splitting hairs. As far as the grind events.
Don't say all or never do a scientist, dude.
All right. Well, as far as anything that requires activity, any grind events, anything you have to do. All right.
Tarby, only a Sith deals in absolutes.
That's right.
And that's DJz,
So
right?
when DJ says all, you know what that means.
It means almost all.
That means his eyeballs are as bright red as his chest.
Right.
That's not me.
Okay.
But no, literally anything that is an event style, any grinding, mining, this or that. There were 75 of them, Bubba, and Some of them did stack. Some of them were progression based. Like one might have been kill 5, kill 10, kill 15, kill 20. So some of them were progression based like that. But yeah, that's what we're seeing, and I feel like a lot of players are unnecessarily grumpy with that. Now, there's another set of events also. So not only do you have one, and basically they've kind of earmarked it and called it Crucible. All right. So you've got Crucible. It lasts for 7 days. So you've got 7 days to complete the 75 tasks. Then there's another set of events which are insanely grindy and probably impossible for most servers, I believe. And that is basically set up on a series of server milestones. All right. And they're calling that one Flashpoint. Now, that one is only 4 days long. And personally, I find it even grindier than the Crucible event.
So I heard about a server pile that was going on, being discussed in your server, that had to do with some sort of new solo armada. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about a different?
No, that's the Flashpoint event. And so there were some technical problems with that. Aside from the grindy piece of it, you've got some technical problems in which there were rare and epic solo armadas that were spawning in the same system, but all of the rares have pretty much disappeared off all the servers now, and only the epics are left. And there's not enough directive sourcing for players to clear those out effectively. So the only way to clear out the epics right now would be to purchase directives. But I know, for example, on server 15, we have no rares left in any system. It is all epics. And obviously, the epic sourcing is not as good as the rare sourcing. When I say good, I mean I use that tongue-in-cheek also, because they did give us a little bit of a jump start. Tarpy, what was it? They gave everybody 2 rare starts, and then by now, they gave 2 rare starts and 1 epic, and by now, I think you probably could have earned another rare start in all likelihood. It's not guaranteed because there's a little RNG there, but you could have.
So, all right. So everyone got an epic start.
Everybody got 1 epic start. Yeah.
No.
And people are complaining about this milestone.
Well,
Hold on. I'm probably wrong on that. You got 2 rare starts and 2 officers, single officer tokens for doing the, it was either the start gift or the code. I don't remember which one. So, no epics.
okay, sorry.
But
I misspoke then.
Okay,
Yeah, that was my bad.
So people were complaining about this. Oh, our server's got to do 3,000 epics, and I'm like, I don't see the problem with that. Now,
Well, the other
the
problem.
problem with that is going to be the sourcing of the directives, right?
Yeah,
It may be too soon to run an event like that, but
yeah.
to say your server needs to come together and run 3,000 epics, that's not an unreasonable ask. That should be easy.
I didn't think so either, to be honest with you. But again, you're talking 4 days. You're talking there's a little bit of a challenge in the sourcing of the directives. Plus, to actually pull the chest that has the directives in it
Well,
is also super grindy.
So DJ, what if they ran this event? What if they ran this event on day 20 instead of day 4?
don't worry, they will. They're
And-
doing it 2 more times.
Okay, well that's a problem, right? This is an event that you have to work your way into. And if this becomes, say, something they want to do between the arcs or a monthly event or something like that, 3,000, the number 3,000, people were like, 3,000 is an outrageous number. I'm like, it's not, depending on how it's run. It's not, depending on when it's run, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like this event needed to be run once this arc, towards the end of the arc, and it's not a big deal.
I agree with you.
But-
I think that.
No, this is the arc.
Well, but again, see,
the
this
thing.
is
This is the arc.
see, this is where I step apart from players. All right, I think Bubba's exactly right. And being that it's only day 3, all right, I have maintained this. I do not think players are expected to complete this whole thing. This is a 4-stage server IMS. All right, it is meant to break servers into 4 different groups. All right, or even potentially 5, I suppose. as far as your progression for the future runs and the rewards and these other events. I don't look at this any different than the sorting hat for Alliance tournaments. Okay? It's the exact same thing. You're going to get an event up front that is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to finish. And it is going to, based on your progression through this event, it's going to set you into a bucket. And then that bucket is going to present you other events throughout the remainder of the month, including those rewards as well. So those people who make it the furthest in this thing are probably going to get the most rewards when it comes to the remainder of the events through this month. Players who are expecting to complete this easily or without even spend, okay, because I do agree here right up front, you probably can't do this without buying directives, all right? But players are expecting full completion on this thing, and I've been saying since before the arc started, that is not the case, and I don't know what else to say to players. They just tell me I'm wrong, or tell me that it's not good design. I think on the contrary, I think it's excellent design, because everybody is going to get partial rewards. Bubba, you used to scream about this style of event design in every way. Anyway, is that every event had partial possibility, completely free to play. Everybody could get partial rewards, but the top milestones should be reserved for the extreme, the elite, or potentially even the spend. They have done that with this event, and I don't find fault in that.
So what do you get for partial completion of this event?
Event store currency all the way through. And when the event is done, and they sort us into different groups. Now, I don't know what the event rewards look like there, but they have told us that the event rewards on those subsequent sets of missions, on these subsequent groups, are going to vary by your completion. So the servers who make the most progress are going to get the best rewards, and the servers who make the least progress are going to get the smallest rewards. And I don't know what those rewards are, to be fair. What I can see right now within this meta, it's event store currency. The more you do, the more currency you earn. The less you do, the less currency you earn. But everybody's earning the same currency.
So here's my bad thing about this. The carrot on the stick to finish this, besides event store currency, is a stinking cargo exo.
No.
I want hazard resistance. I want something that helps me with this loot.
Thanks, Grandma.
The carrot at the end of this event is not good enough.
That's just the carrot at the end of this 4 days.
Yeah, that's what I had heard too, is that there was a silly exocomp as the ultimate reward, and that seems...
It's not the ultimate reward, though.
Less than interesting.
Am I not being... Oh, I was muted.
I don't know
Sorry.
if DJz knows he muted.
Yeah, I was accidentally muted. I don't know what happened. My phone rang. It must have automatically muted me. So on Twitch, they heard me arguing with you, and you guys couldn't hear me. No, it's not the ultimate reward. It is the reward for this 4-day
Right
piece.
now it is.
So, but players need to have an...
Then they should show us what the ultimate rewards are.
Nobody knows what the ultimate rewards are,
So
because...
we know what we need to be working toward.
No, they've already told you. The rewards are going to be better. Okay? They're going to be better than other people.
That we have no basis to believe them.
I disagree with that. I mean, listen...
We have no basis to believe them.
I disagree with that. The rewards... Listen, we might not still see that they're worth it. That's a totally different thing. But for them to say that the rewards are anecdotally better than someone who doesn't complete the IMS, that is factual. That is true. Now, whether or not we agree with the worth is something that we've all on this panel have agreed for years and months, is that, whatever players put their worth on is one thing. All right? And so, no. I just said we cannot see what those differences in rewards are later. But you also didn't know that to a great degree with Alliance tournaments either. All right? That is the schematic.
Yeah, we did. They gave us every single reward from the very beginning of Alliance tournaments. Here is the entire Emerald chain. Here is the Masters level store. Here's the Expert level store. They gave us everything from the beginning.
All right.
So that made people want to get into Master League.
Well,
Yeah,
the best we have right now is 6 months of work towards a fleet preset and a mining exo.
You, as
That is
a
what we
company,
get.
as a game company, you would want to disclose that, because otherwise all the people have is what's in front of them. And I promise that, let's be fair, Scopely has very rarely delivered.
I am not going to necessarily disagree with that, okay? Really, truthfully, I'm not. And I agree, we cannot see the rewards. We don't know what those rewards are going to be. But for people to say, all right, and this is where I'm going to stand apart. For people to say, oh, the ultimate reward is a stupid exocomp, that is short-sighted and naive. That is not accurate in the slightest.
That's all they see.
Oh, my gosh.
That's all that they're showing them. That's all that they're showing them.
In a 4-day event.
That's on Scopely for players to react that way.
In a 4-day event, when they've told us that this series is going to go on for 6 months, and they've told us in blogs, in game news, they've told us that the event rewards later are going to depend on the results of this IMS. Now, I will agree that we don't see the exacts, and obviously more information is always better. But for a player to sit here and say that an exocomp is the ultimate reward for a 4-day event is directly contradictory to what we know to be true, which is what they've communicated via in-game news and in their blogs and in their videos, that the rewards later, while we might not know what they specifically are going to be different than a 4-day event. Am I losing
DJ?
You can't know that. Yes, you
it's
are.
me.
No, it's
So DJ, until Scopely comes out and says, hey, in month 6, here are some of the rewards tiers you could get. And they don't have to give you the whole picture. They can give you part of the picture. They can say, we're going to give you 1,800 shards of shiny new Officer A. And we're going to give you 1,800 shiny shards of Officer B. And we're going to give you 1,800 of Officer C. And we're going to give you some resources, and there's going to be some other things. But until they come out and say what it is they're going to give, the players are correct and you are incorrect, because the players know that until there is something that it says, here is your ultimate reward or some of the ultimate reward, or even if they come out and say, you're going to get 1 million par steel, the players are correct. All they have in front of them is event store loot and an exocomp. Anything else is speculation and doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
When did we abandon the position of this is a 6-month arc, even if it was a 30-day arc? All right, let me back up. Even if it was just a 30-day or a 20-day arc, even if this was a one-part standalone arc, this is the development of a new feature, a new arc. When did we abandon the concept that we shouldn't be able to do it all on freaking day one? Like, this is a whole new piece of content. This is a whole new piece of content.
No. I think you are conflating two different things.
No, I'm not.
I think
Because
you are
this event
conflating.
is the feature.
Hold on. Let me finish, please. I don't think any of us reasonably thought that we could finish this whole IMS the first week. Like, I think we had nice shiny ideas that we could, but then we saw what they were. We saw what the rewards were at the end of what we can see right now, and they're not worth even trying. Along with the rare amount it's not even spawning. People having a hard time getting consoles. People having a hard time with the hazards. Like, all of the little roadblocks that, yes, later content will help with are making this too annoying to deal with right now. So not having
is the event store currency worthless?
It's not helping. Yes.
What?
I mean, the building parts are nice.
No. What?
Yeah.
What? We're going to say event store currency is worthless. Oh, guys. This is outrageous.
DJ,
Okay, so
before I quit, I had taken that position.
Okay. I mean,
DJ,
this is too much.
we have the fleet preset. We have a fleet preset that takes 450,000 event store loot. That's the shiny carrot on the 6-month stick. Sure, there will be other ones that we can get to much sooner than that. And, the building is great. Some of the other stuff in that store, fine, but not worth the work to get it.
Well,
Or
that
barely worth
is
the work to get it.
purely a 100% player-driven perspective. Even Bubba said last month. Whether you want to argue about the price tag of the worth of what they're asking you to do is purely on a player's perspective and up to a player's choice. But the fact that it's there and available, that's on you guys. I am going to chase event store currency. Me personally, while I love the concept of a fleet preset, Tarby, I agree with you. 450,000 loot, not worth it to me. At least based on the quantities that we're seeing so far, I'm going to spend it on officers.
It's going to take the entire 6 months just to get that much.
I don't
If
necessarily
there's
disagree.
nothing that comes out, which there will. So that's the thing. You have to, if you want people to have carrot on stick, and you're saying that this preset should be the carrot on stick, it needs to feel reasonably obtainable. And right now, it doesn't. People are looking at this and saying, yeah, that'd be nice. I'll never get there.
And that's fine. To be honest with you, I am agreeing with you. I am not going to get there either. I'm not spending my currency on that. I'd rather have 450,000 currency of the other items in that store. Building materials, officer shards, that stuff. That's what I want.
So
DJ,
the other problem...
hang on, Terry. Hang on. Let me just...
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
DJ, have you ever gone fishing?
Never.
Never gone fishing? I figured where you live and things you enjoy, you would have gone fishing.
I do go fishing.
Okay. Have you ever gone fishing without using any bait?
Yes.
Okay. Is that better or worse than using bait?
That's worse.
Okay. Why in the world would you go fishing without bait? When you can go fishing with bait?
Well, yeah, but I
have another analogy with Bubba's gun, by the way. I have another one.
So my point is that the event is flawed because Scopely has approached this 6-month arc incorrectly. You have to fish with bait. You're saying the carrot, we're offering the carrot. There's no carrot. The line is empty. There's nothing there. There's an exocomp. That's all that you can see. That's all that Scopely has decided to play.
Bubba, with respect.
Hang on.
Bubba,
No. Listen to me. Have they shown anything?
Yes! And that's what I'm saying. You're not even playing. You're literally not playing. How do you know what they're showing? Right?
Okay, what am I missing? What am I missing?
You literally just
I
explained it.
guarantee you, I looked at that whole
The
thing.
event store currency and the price tag of the item that seems to be everybody's grand chalice. And I'm saying that it doesn't need to be. It shouldn't be. All right? You literally just described it. Yes, 450,000 loot for this fleet preset. Is it worth that to me, to a lot of you? Doesn't sound like it. So look at the other items.
The other problem there is we have no idea. In the meantime, so say it takes 6 months, and this is not the analogy I was going to make, by the way. Say it takes 6 months to accumulate the 450,000 loot that it takes to do that. How much account progress are you intentionally giving up in the meantime to wait for that? And
that's my point.
Yes, that's a choice.
So hang on, DJ. Are you saying that the ultra reward from this 6-month arc is one purchase from the event store?
I wouldn't think so. And even if it is, that's not going to be the choice that I make.
Okay.
But I don't know.
If that's the case, then Scopely needs to come out and say, hey, just so you know, this thing you're fighting for is that purchase in the event store. That's it. That's all we're going to offer you.
But that's not all they're offering.
Here's my analogy.
Oh my God. That's not what they're offering.
Okay. So here's my analogy.
Why are we completely oblivious to facts here? This is unbelievable.
I'm not oblivious to fact. I think you are oblivious to the fact that the players are upset because they haven't been shown the carrot.
I think...
And if you think that is the carrot, it is not enough of a carrot to deal with all of the tech issues and all of the added challenge right now.
And that I will agree with. Okay, if that is the carrot, and by the way, I don't know, but if that's the carrot, then it may not be worth it. But to say that there's nothing available is irresponsible and untrue. Because Me
You
personally,
just also said
I'm not going to spend anything on that fleet preset. I'm going to get the other smaller items along the way, my building materials, so I can progress through the loop easier and faster with the mining bonuses. The officer shards, which are exclusive, and this month's officers, I'm going to spend on those. All right, that is what I'm going to be spending my stuff on. And yes, it is going to be a choice. If I do those things, I am not going to be able to get the fleet preset in all likelihood, and I'm okay with that because that's my choice. If this gray carrot is 450,000 worth of loot that's going to take 6 months, it's not worth stalling my account progression for 6 months. I'm going to take what I can take now, and that is a choice, and that is tangibly available. So to say that there are no rewards is inaccurate.
So okay, say that it's true, and say you love what's in that story and you like it. Here's my comparison. So I'm a college professor, right? And I have a wonderful range of students, and I want students who want to be there, okay? I don't want students who don't want to be there. But freshmen who are in college, they have to take a bunch of classes they probably don't want to take, right? They have to grind through some general education classes that they don't want to sit through, they think are stupid. Okay? We all been there. So, would they still do that if they didn't know they had a 4-year degree coming out in 3 years? No, they would not do that. So, if you have no goal, you have a much harder time making yourself do things you don't want to do. Students who have a goal say, I want to go on and get my bachelor's in whatever, they are more likely, and I can tell you with a bunch of data, they are more likely to sit through whatever grindy crap they have to do for 3 years or 4 years to get that final degree. So we don't have that 4-year carrot on the stick. We have a mining exit. We have, congratulations, here's your pizza party at the end of your freshman year. That doesn't tell me anything.
I don't know if I agree with that. You literally have talked
DJ.
about the end of the 4 years. No, I get to talk now. You literally just said that you've got the 4-year degree, the 4 years that you get to wait and get nothing until the end of the 4 years. Well, there's your 6 months and your 450,000 event store loot for a fleet preset if you want it. That's that right
But
there.
we
That's
know
what we can see. That's what we
4-year
can see.
degree.
That's what we can see. There's
No,
your.
we're not equating. That's not the equation here. The equation is the bachelor's that you get to live with forever, which yes, you can have your fleet preset forever. It's, I know that I have this thing that is way worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and my time. Is that fleet preset worth all of my time to get it?
And
No.
that is the better question, Tarpy. It's not whether it is or isn't. The question is of worth, and that is a player's positional choice to make. Now, if the majority of players say it's not worth it, then the event is doomed to fail. And I do not disagree with that. I also think that the events are too hard. But to actually come out and say that there are no rewards is tangibly untrue.
Did I say
That
there
is
were
what
no
I'm dropping.
rewards?
That's where
I
I'm
didn't.
dropping the line in the sand. All right. To say that that fleet preset is not the equivalent of your 4-year degree or that goal at the end of a 6-month
not.
period. Okay. I mean,
It's not.
analytically, it absolutely is. You might not agree in its worth, but that is the end goal.
The end goal, so where I'm trying to go with this is your degree, your ability to go on and do more things is, and get a better job, into another program or whatever, is you know that is what you're going to get tangibly out of it later. And it's the skills that you use from that degree to do that. So right now, we're basically being told, yeah, you'll get something after 4 years. Just keep working. It'll be fine. And we're not actually told what all of our
what
work
is the something,
is going
Darby?
to get us.
Because we're talking about it for the last half hour. What's the something?
Well, armadas that don't spawn, hostels that don't spawn, and hazard systems that a lot of students
No, that's not
have
the reward.
potential for.
That's not the reward.
So,
Those,
No, that's the work. You asked me what the work was.
no, I said, what's the reward?
Oh, you said work.
Well, we're going to go in circles on this thing. Bottom line is, there are rewards there for players to choose, and you guys get to decide if it's worth the effort. For the record, I agree with almost all of you. As a non-grinder, as somebody who doesn't like to grind, I agree with you. I am not going to put in the time, nor attention, nor effort into grinding out these hundreds, if not thousands, of hostiles. I'm not going to do it. All right. Not only that, but mechanically speaking, Darby's right. You've got rare armadas that are not spawning. You've got epics that are taking over the systems. You've got, mechanically speaking, which I think will probably become easier with time, these hostiles are also really daggone tough. I cannot kill my own level. That might be because I'm squishy. All right, but I can't kill my own level. So, there's all of these things, and those are implementation problems that exist. I am merely arguing for the sake of objectivity. Okay, I am with you when it comes down to worth, Darby. All right, but to say that the reward isn't a reward is not true. It's just not a reward that any of us give a crap about. All right, and that is a more
Which is bad game design. It's bad game design if they are so unable to assess what players might want after 6 months.
And I get that. And I totally agree with that. I agree with that, which is why I'm saying to players, quit eyeballing the fleet preset and look at the more tangible upfront rewards. How about getting your building to
Don't
level
worry,
20?
people already are.
Okay, then why are we arguing?
Preset is it will never happen. We're not. You are literally agreeing with everything I say and then arguing with me.
Well, then forget the fleet preset. Are the event rewards worth what else you can get? And for me, then, I changed my answer. And now, yes, it is. I am participating in what I can do and what I am able to do to get the amount of currency that's worth it to me. I told you before the show, I'm probably not going to finish IMS or the SMS 2. It's too much. I finished SMS 1. I got my event store currency. That's great. I bought building materials with it. Cool. I will try to do some on SMS 2, but there's no chance I'm going to finish it. The milestones are doubled. All right. So I'm not stressing that. I took the event store currency that I can get, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to focus more on Crucible because that has more worth to me than Flashpoint does right now. All right. So it's not about the rewards not being there. We just have to assess their worth. And there are rewards other than a fleet preset. So take our eyes off the fleet preset.
Shiz brings
back
up
to the extra money.
Well, hold on. Well, yeah. Okay, so Bubba, with that, you and I just got tagged in a thing that Shiz brings up the idea that they've been known to bait and switch us on things before, where here's the end point goal, and when they do that, they're like, here's 2 exocomps. Well, what if those aren't the exocomps they're actually going to give us? What if the exocomps that they give us are a choice between plus 20 or 25% max efficiency on buildings or 25% max efficiency on ships? Or what if in the second one of these, the exocomps are better if you finish all of the IMS before? So this is where I really have a problem, is we can't see what we're missing if we don't make it through. Because I feel like people are going to be even more mad when they see what they could have gotten and can't now. Because 2 weeks ago, we didn't know that that was the reward. I think people are
Devil's advocate. Go ahead, Bubba. Sorry.
So I think that, so again, you're approaching this, DJ, from a, what do I have here and now? I'm going to get event store loot. I'm going to get event store loot for 6 months. I can spend it on whatever I want. I'm happy with that. That's no different than if they just ran event store loot for 6 months.
Agreed.
Okay. My problem is we want to run this increasingly challenging, building to something epic 6-month event, and we're going to make it really hard up front and really hard the next month and harder even still the third month. And we're going to do these. We want to challenge the players to get to the best thing that they can get, right? And we're going to offer you something, and we're not going to tell you what it is. My problem with that is that system is flawed. You can participate in each one of these months and get whatever events, whatever rewards make sense for you, do whatever progression makes sense for you. Maybe it's saving, maybe it's not, maybe it's officers, maybe it's not. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a tried and true methodology for event and art design. I don't think anyone would argue with that. I think that there are going to be people, there are going to be individuals, a very minor group of individuals that don't find a lot of value in an event store, but that was such a small group of people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about they are offering a carrot that doesn't exist. They haven't shown anyone the carrot. And that's what Tarby's kind of hitting on, is that if you show people the carrot and say, hey, in month 2, the exocomp you can get is this, like, it's going to get better, or it's going to be the same. Or in month 3, it's going to change to this. Or in month 4, your event store loot's going to double if you've made these milestones, right? But they've offered no carrot. My problem with the event is they've offered no carrot to say, this is the thing to build towards.
All right, so I acknowledge all of that and will mostly agree, but this is just difference in terminology, and I am going to equate the exocomp, Tarpy. We talked about this the other night in the show. Crucible event, right? The top milestones, how like every milestone had event store currency, but one of the milestones eventually offered you 10 epic shards, right? Big whoop-de-doo, right? That was kind of what we talked about the other night.
Yeah, that's fine.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am going to equate that exocomp to those 10 epic shards. Whoop-de-freaking-do. The whole point of everything else is the event store currency and what Bubba says, the building to other stuff. So I will agree with all of that, and it would be super cool if they told us how the rest of the structure is going to work. Right now, I think we need to back off of the exocomp being the ultimate grand reward, because I think all of us can agree that's not actually an ultimate grand reward. And by the way, if Scopely does consider it to be an ultimate grand reward, then you've got about 4 days to totally rethink this whole thing, because that ain't gonna fly. All right, but I think that they have done maybe not as good a job at communicating it, but my interpretation of the grand reward is the fleet preset. And further, I still don't think it's worth it, which is why I'm going to buy other stuff. Now, if Scopely has another idea for that, then I will agree with that, Bubba Joe, that they need to more clearly communicate the roadmap. They need to more clearly communicate the ground rules. They need to more clearly communicate what these rules and stuff are going to be. I'm all fine with all of that. But the interpretation, and maybe this is where we're all three on different feet, the interpretation of the grand reward for me right now appears to be this fleet preset, and it's not worth it. So I understand players saying, if they're looking at the EXO being the grand reward, and then definitely saying it's not worth it, but I think we should acknowledge the fact that the EXO's not the grand reward. It just happens to be the end milestone. It's the same as the 10 shards in Crucible. It doesn't matter. It's the journey towards getting there.
That's fair.
I think
So,
this ties
I
into the communication.
I apologize. I need to go. You guys have a fun rest of your show.
I love you,
sorry,
Bruno.
I got you all riled up. and you know, I'm not plugged into the game, so I don't see these things live. I'm only getting all this stuff secondhand. But I can say, from a design perspective, that hey, you got to give the players something to shoot for. Right now, you've said hit the target, and the players go, "What's the target?" And Scopely's like, "Well, just hit the target." Right.
I think it's more of right now is that the target doesn't pay. And I think we can all agree to that, whether it's Tarpy, Bubba, me, right now, and all the rest of chat, which, you know, again, I'm sure I'm being completely lambasted in chat. I can't see it. Probably a good day for me to not read chat.
Well, you're sitting down while you're driving, so it's fine. Right?
It's probably a good day for me not to be reading chat. But I think what we can all agree is that the reward is simply not worth it. And we can't even agree on what the reward is. But what we see,
the reward as currently communicated without telling us how the server will change is not worth it. So like if we knew, like, hey, like they say, yeah, the borders will change. And we can kind of assume that different servers will have different buffs or different whatever for doing more work and spending more money. But, you know, it's for the people who are spending money for this, or even those of us who aren't, and they're looking at, well, I don't know what I'm getting for all of this work. It is really, really hard to motivate yourself to do that work.
Well,
And
again,
then to say, oh, well,
I want to be
server
specific.
over here,
I don't think that we can say we don't know what we're getting. We do know what the choices are in front of us. We just don't agree on their worth. Okay? Again, I'm going to die on this hill.
You're looking at the event score. I know. You're dying on a different hill that I'm like 3 hills over on the right from, because we are also looking at how is the map going to change as what the rewards are from this event, right? So say you finish 2 IMSs instead of 3 or 4.
And I agree
you
that
get less of a buff.
I agree that Scopely should communicate that better, which is why I'm saying right now, all you can confirm as far as your worth, all you can confirm as far as your value, all the reward that you know is absolutely there is this fleet preset and an exocom. All right. And that's where I say that the value isn't worth it. Right now, the unknown variable can't exist because it's unknown. So that needs to be evaporated from our mind until Scopely wants to provide it. And that's why I say, yeah, I agree that the event is not worth it if you don't value the fleet preset, which again, I do, but not 450,000 loot over 6 months worth. Not a chance.
Okay, so here's a way that Scopely could make this a thing and say, okay, so this was a trial run. You know, we will, after the second run, here's how the buffs or whatever we plan on changing will work. Because that's the other hard part about this, is we are going into this saying, okay, well, I have to kill this stuff, I have to kill this stuff, I have to make so many trips, whatever. I don't know what my server is going to get out of this. And so, like, if Scopely told us, okay, IMS 2, you get this. IMS 3 completion, you get this. IMS 4 completion, you get this. That would be really nice, too.
I agree.
Because
that's
not the event store currency. That is giving us the ability to grind for things that we want. So we can say, as a server, we're going to go all out week 1. So we get this really nice buff, and then we have no effort left for weeks 2 and 3. But
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to break my back on IMS 2. I finished 1. It was a lot of work. I'll look and see what I can get out of 2. But the only reason that I would be motivated to do that is because of what event store currency I can get, and specifically the building level. I am all about that building right now because I'm mining painfully slow. I don't like not being able to maintain single refines. Hate that. So I'm going to go after those speeds and try to build that up a little bit. But that is the major controversy surrounding Flashpoint right now. Is that, and then of course you take into account the technical failures, which are some of the hostiles listed level 68 chasers, which is not a part of the event, but still a part of how you feed the loop. The Ops 68 hostiles are just flat out broken. They're not dropping the chest for the canisters. So that's broken. You've got epics taking over the system and the sourcing not being there. That's broken. Rares are not popping up anywhere. That's broken. So you've got a lot of problems with the mechanics side of this as well that is going to affect player sentiment. It doesn't necessarily affect rewards, but does affect the sentiment. And it's just a laundry list of things. And like we say, time after time after time, an idea might be cool, but if implementation fails, then implementation fails. And for the record, I don't even necessarily think that 5 currencies and hostile grinds and auto grinds and mining 3 different stuff, I don't even think that's not interesting design to me when it's rolled out all at once. I mean, that's literally everything in the game. Mine, kill, Armada. Mine, hostiles, Armada, and they basically dumped it all at once. I don't like it.
With the challenge of the auto-grinding hostiles will absolutely murder your ships, the auto-grinders show up faster than a lot of the other systems with auto-grinders, and you have to contend with hazards too. So it's like this loop has like a trifecta of things that just are frustrating for players to deal with. So like, if it was two of the three things at
as
one
is their
time,
normal design, though.
like,
They always release content
okay,
that's too
so
hard
last
or too
month-
challenging, and then they release tools to make it better.
no, this is, well, that's not the argument I'm making. What I'm trying to say is this new thing has, as you said, you have to mine, you have to auto grind, and then you have to actual grind. It's not just one of those things, and not just two of those things. Then you have to contend with hazards, especially if you're G6. And then you have to contend with the loot being in different systems that you can't even use. So you can't just send an auto grinder as a G5 player to a G4 system and expect to get the loot that you can use. You can't do that. So you have to have ships that can auto grind in the systems that you need. So then, on top of that, you have to try and auto grind in a system that doesn't have 16 armadas in it, because then there's only 4 hostiles left. So if anyone else is auto grinding in that system, you get no hostile. So you can't auto grind in the systems that are perhaps more populated, because there are armadas or invading entities that are taking up hostile spots. So
But are you saying that
making
are you
the
saying
grind
that
harder.
auto grinders are not popping? Is that what you're saying?
They're starting to not pop, but then if there are auto grinders popping, the regular hostiles are not popping.
I
So
haven't
if
run
you
into that
have
yet.
16 armadas in the system, and if you have 4 people auto grinding, then you have no normal hostiles. So then you can't normal hostile grind in that system, because even if there were not people auto grinding, there are 16 armadas in the system taking up hostile spots.
Are we actually seeing
So
systems
you're
with
making-
no hostiles?
Yes. Yeah. Or like 2, and then you have a bunch of people trying to grind like 2 hostiles.
I have not actually seen that yet. That's wild. Yeah, we're not there on 15.
Yeah, so
yet.
what they should have done was they should have had the not modas spawn in a second system of the same level, and let people still mine and auto grind and regular grind in the original systems. So, can I let Shiz up on the stage?
Yeah.
You fine with that? Okay.
Yeah, see,
Shiz,
I mean,
yeah.
I played for hours yesterday. I didn't see a problem with auto chasers or the dropships not showing up. I do see no rares, right? I see all epics, but I have not seen. Like, I was able to hit hostiles yesterday. You know, whatever system I went to, I was able to hit hostiles. I did not have a problem with that. You know, and I played. I mean, I played for a long time yesterday. Like I said, I finished my first milestone, or my first SMS, and I know a lot of you guys have been talking about how difficult that is. I did finish my first SMS, so I played for a while yesterday, but I didn't run out of hostiles.
Hey, Toby. Thanks for bringing me up. And hey, DJz and DJz.
What's up, baby
So
boy?
just to
Happy Friday to you.
Move a little closer to your mic.
okay, sorry about that. I'm going to get my mic for that. So just to go towards what Tarpy was saying, and I brought this up and Jules mentioned it on the recent stream, but like if you go in and you do the hostiles in the systems where the dropships are in, it's not worth it for trying to crack where the invading entities are, because the dropships are going to be limited. Jules Burn said the population cap is probably about 20 or so. So if I need to go back and refer to, which I'll do in a sec. But if you're looking at like 8 to 12 of the invading entities, then that 20 means you only have 8 of the normal hostiles, and then for each person that comes in, the auto grinders aren't capped, but the normal population is. So each auto grinder coming in reduces the number. So it makes it like those aren't the systems to grind out the dropships.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
so
Shiz.
if you've got more than 4 players,
Respectfully, I literally just did that same calculation.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to hammer home what you just
Okay.
said.
So you repeated what I said. Thank you. Just making sure. Yeah.
So if you
But I'm still trying to confirm.
Go ahead.
so if you've
So
got
yeah, if there's a cap, yeah. I'm trying to wait for you, and then you don't tell her. So
Well, yeah, I thought it
go
was
DJz.
DJz.
Rodix, how are you, buddy? Appreciate you. Oliver just told me randomly that Rodix says hi. Hi.
Okay, so here's something that neither Shiz nor I mentioned, is that if you have people whose chasers are stuck on the outside of the system while they're still mining, because remember, if you die, your chaser stops spawning, but if you just stop it, it doesn't go away until you do. So if the chasers are outside of the system, those still also count towards the hostile cap for that system. And then nobody can do anything about it.
Yeah, and I think even to continue on that point in regards to the chasers, I don't think most servers are to a point where people coordinate to say, hey, in these systems, take out my chaser because I'm trying to work the dropships, not trying to get the canisters. And so even just doing that, someone takes out someone else's chaser, that doesn't break the chaser cycle.
So like with the system, like they didn't need 16 of these armadas or 12 of these armadas in a system at all. They needed 5 or 8 because nobody's going, well, except for upper G6 or people with a lot of hazard research, there's nobody really going to be living in there to use those armadas for forever. They needed very few compared to the number that are in there. So, like, I still say they should have put in second systems that were just armadas and only had those happen and only had those show up during the invasion.
Well, and
as like a portal to another dimension or something.
And I even saying that the amount of invading entities that they put in is kind of how they went a little overboard with the number of solo wave defense systems that they put in. Like even the lead solo waves, they didn't go as nuts on. And as one person had put in the Discord chat, like the difference at Ops 60, it is definitely rather attainable to do kind of a lot, and like it's a stretch to handle the mining, but the canisters are pretty easy. But the punch up on the drop ships is a huge leap. So I'm not sure the point where the canisters become available, even from the perspective of being able to reach to the where the auto spawn, like for the rares, with any ship available to a player before getting like the G6 uncommon, let alone the bunch of them.
So, like, when we're talking about this arc, this is where a lot of that tech issues that you mentioned, or just like the implementation, just it doesn't seem like they actually asked a large number of people how this would go. Right? So it's like they had you guys play tested, or they had a group of 10 to 15 people play tested or whatever, but that's not a good chunk of a server trying to use one system that is the only system at that level during these things, right? Because you're putting entire servers in 16 different systems for this event. And we're auto grinding, people are mining, people are running these not mottos, people are trying to hustle hunt. So the number of people using any particular system is really high compared to the armadas that they don't
perfectly
need
fair.
4 days.
To be very, very fair on that point, I think it was Lube that I was playing with did actually specifically call this out, and there was no correction made. But yeah, during this, he specifically said we are going to have hostile cat problems. We are going to have spawn problems. We are going to have this issue, and it was not acted upon in the time that I guess that they had. So yeah, this was predicted by the playtesters, and here it is. So,
well, if I might offer, I think one of the other concerns that given if the time had been given where there could have been the rudder change to it, the perspective on going back to the silent hostile of unlocking some of the refinery with regards to the hostiles. Like from players, I think the perspective of this sort of without any ability to elevate up some of the loot, it takes us back to the silent hostile and the issue that people had when it was early on and it was hard.
But now, Shiz, on that point, when we just did that last month with augments, players hated it. So, like, how do we fix that? We can't have it both ways, because last month people complained that 70s were coming down and hitting in the 40 level systems. This month they didn't like silence and locked that out, and we're complaining about that. So, how do we resolve that?
I agree. I think though to compare the two loops a little bit more different, because with the silent loop, and I remember when that happened, like some of the requirements for doing that didn't require players to get the generational grades. So then you'd have like G5s coming down to the G4 silent enemies just to get whatever their milestone is, and not like because it took. I think it took players a while. Took players a while to realize that the loot that they needed was system locked, versus I just need to hit more hostiles and that will get me what I need. Now I get the complaint regarding the exile loop, but in this case, especially with it being auto spawning hostiles, like you can't, since the normal hostiles non-invasion provide cargo parts, and for some reason skip G5 cargo parts, I have trouble making that same conclusion. Like, I do think there is a solution, and I don't know if it's necessarily that, but I will also say, like, I think the thing is, like, with a G5 Epic, I don't know how far I'm going to be able to punch up, because, like, the 60 hostile versus the 58 is a pretty significant jump in power requirement to punch that out. Does that make sense?
But I mean, there's no. The only point would be event completion, like you say. They can't do anything with the currency. So, I mean, this is whether or not a player is grinding in that system because they don't know any better. That doesn't. I mean, the design is still that the event currency or that the refinery currency can only be earned from your generation. I mean, you're never going to prevent a level 70 from hitting in a level 40 system if they don't know any better. But the currency can't be used. So they did that.
Yeah,
that is what the silent loop is. But last month we complained and wanted the silent loop mechanic back because we had people grinding at augment space. So again, I come back to my original question, Tarpy. Maybe I'm not answering the question right. Do you understand what I'm saying? What's the difference?
I think I do, and I think where Shiz and I are kind of trying to go is that we want challenging things because we complain when we don't get new stuff, and we want complication. Like we want it to feel rewarding when we're doing these loops, right? And the hazards plus the specific loot that we need from specific places, plus the number of hostiles that we need to hit, plus the fact that we don't always use the chasers and the systems that we're trying to hit hostiles from. All of those little barriers are the problem. So, like, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I think I'll try to clear up my point. Like, with the silent hostiles, a player entering that requirement, they should be able to reach it, and they with proper crewing, and also at this point there's the power creep, should be able to take down their level. And you're taking from the normal population of hostiles. But with this loop, with them being auto-spawning, you know, a player might have to go down because they're mining in any system. And right now, until you clear out until you either card maneuver or otherwise deal with your chaser, even mining, you're mining and you're getting the auto spawner. So if you have strong enough miners, you can mine and get the autos, get the hostile grind done in the background. Because either way, you can't speed up how fast you get the auto spawning hostile other than taking other people's auto spawner. But you also there's no way to convert like the number of G5 canisters where even if it was say if you get 1 million canisters, you can now convert it up from the prior level. If you can't reach the, to my knowledge, I don't think I'm able to get to. I need to double check the rare auto spawner.
66. And by the way, the 68s don't give loot boxes. So then you have the added complication that the 66s are the place to be.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the 70 ones are pretty impossible. So it's like they're just cornering everybody into very few systems, which that just adds to the barriers of doing this loop.
That's fine.
So like I don't think we have.
But those aren't designed.
So it's just all of the little things.
Yeah, those are engineering
They're
barriers.
design
Those can be fixed. Those are not design barriers. You know, like let's say for example,
So, like-
this thing worked perfectly. Let's say that it worked perfectly. That the rares were spawning correctly. That the hostiles were not getting stuck or like let's say there was no hostile cap in a system, and that the chasers weren't getting stuck. And let's pretend that the 68s were dropping their boxes correctly. All right, because these are all bugs. So let's pretend that it's working properly. Is the design still a problem? What I'm hearing from a lot of players is you take away the bugs, and the only problem that may still potentially exist with this thing might be the hazards. So Tarpy, let me ask you, you take away all the mechanical bugs, you take away these obstacles that you're referring to that are not supposed to be there, what remains the problem, if any, with this loop?
The ops banding.
Yeah.
The what?
Because I've got a member in my alliance, right?
Who is
just
this?
turned 61.
This is General, by the way.
What's up, bud? All right.
Keep
So
going.
I was
Hey,
asking. Hang on.
So he's just. Well, it's kind of the same thing because he's just turned 61, right? So he had a medium epic 60 ship. That's all he's got. So how is he going to get he can get up to the 66 system to get the containers, the second set of containers, but he can't kill anything up there. He's not strong enough.
So, yeah, this feels a little bit punishing for anybody who's new to a particular generation. So, like, this arc is hard, but with all of the factors, it gets really hard if you don't have an established ship in your generation. To answer your question, DJ, if all of the things that went out with implementation of this feature that were wrong, that have not been acknowledged by Scopely, are wrong, were fixed, would this be better? Probably. Like, then sure, all I would have to deal with are hazards, but you said, what if the hostile cap in the system goes away, not the daily hostile cap?
Right.
Okay, well, that's not a thing, right?
I agree.
That is not a thing.
I agree. Well, they can increase it.
That's a pie in the sky, never going to happen.
Well, no, they can increase it, though. That can go up.
Well, they could also get rid of half of the invading entities in those systems because they're not needed.
Okay.
Give us 8, 4 rare, 4 epic. People will come and have the rares always respawn as rares and have the epics always respawn as epics, just like they did in the Chimera space. That is fantastic implementation.
You mean the Krenim invader?
Yeah, that one, not Chimeras, whatever. Krenim. So, yeah, thank you. Spawn, static and charged, have these respawn as rare and epic, just have 4 of each. Because no matter what, if these are available for 4 days, the entire server is not going to be there in the same system trying to run all 4 of these armadas at exactly the same times.
Well, and to go back first to one thing that General Ark said, with having D1, I'm not seeing how I get, and I have a tier 11 epic to a range of 1300, which is required for for the the G6 rear system. So that even rules out even if I could take them down, being able to reach there without getting the system ripped. And then going back to, like you said, like, yeah, they need that auto balancing and how that isn't part of it, that whatever is going on with R&B, that it doesn't either respawn the same type of invader or that it auto balances out the system, which the logic should be there. And I'd say in regards to the player kill combat log cap, my argument is, why does it count the auto grinders? Because those are the hostile initiated combat. That should be something that they should be able to put in the logic of, if the hostile engaged inserts the combat, it doesn't count towards the cap. And that would probably eliminate everything while still dealing with the fact of the premise that it is done to prevent bots. So I'll leave it at those points to start with, so it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. Have we kind of beat this horse
Hey!
to death on this?
Come on now. What did the cat ever do to you? All right.
I mean,
No curiosity.
All right.
thank you guys for being up on the stage.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for your commentary. Moving on to the next contentious piece of content today is the changes in the heroic SMS and SLV for officer acquisition this month. It's an interesting development, Darby. You and I were talking about it right around event reset before we went on the air. And they have made a couple of changes, which no longer, and it's interesting. The change primarily is that they're no longer allowing previous grade materials to be spent. Only your current generation and the next. Unless you're G6, and then it's just the current generation, because there is no next. This is a very interesting change. I am not surprised by this at all. Tarpy, when we're talking about the changes that were made to the officer choice event and that they're only allowing current generational stuff, I'm actually surprised it took them this long. Do you guys remember the last time we had a major change in the officer auction SMS? It was when they did that point restructure. Remember where it drastically reduced the points that it rewarded for previous generation material? Do you guys remember? And there was a lot of controversy around that time, because what is a very, very normal and very common strategy in this game is to max and build previous generation ships, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of people do. Is if you're G6, you'll go build G5s. If you're G5, you go back and build G4s. And why do we do that? Tarpy, you had even mentioned on a show here, I guess probably a couple of weeks ago, that there were players out there building seven G5 ships in order
Epics.
seven G5 epics just to finish the first milestone. Right? Is that what it was? 7 G5 epics just to finish the tier 1 milestone. It shouldn't be that many, but it is, because they reduced the point value. Because at that time, they communicated, and I was very vocal about this, that they were intending to reward current generational spend. They wanted to motivate current generational spend, not spending backwards. So, how long ago was that change? Just out of curiosity.
Last month.
No.
Literally a month ago.
No. When they changed the whole option.
Which change?
When they reduced G5.
To just be G6?
No, see, this is probably close to a year ago. You might not have even been here when they did it. Were you ever here when G5 uncommon scored the same as G6 uncommon? Is that
No.
Never. Okay, so it's been before your time then.
Well, no. I've played the game for 3 years. When I say I wasn't here, I just mean I wasn't in this community.
Does the chat remember? I mean, I know we've got short memories, but does the chat remember when G4, G5, and G6 uncommon all cost the same number of points. And so why would anybody spend current generational when they could go back and spend an unlimited supply of previous generational? All right? So that was a thing. Then they changed it so that previous generation materials scored less. There was revolt over the price of the milestones, et cetera, et cetera. And their big reason, and they stuck to it, was that they wanted forward progression, current generation progression instead of previous generation progression, which totally makes sense. I feel like they did it again. I'm surprised it took them a year to do this, to be honest with you. Now, for the record, I'm not defending it. It's going to hamper me as well. But it is not surprising because they are still wanting to continue pushing current generational stuff. And with the rate at which you earn previous generational materials, no one would ever spend, right? Like ever, 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 ever. The problem with this style of event is twofold, in my particular opinion. You've got problems with late generational players and early generational players, meaning that the Ops 50, who literally cannot spend uncommon, right? That's a problem.
51, yes.
Yeah, Ops
Yeah.
50, yeah,
51.
cannot spend uncommon. And then you might have an Ops 60 who can't spend, well, there's probably always something they can spend uncommon or rare on. How about this? How about an Ops 70? All right, so an Ops 51 or a 61, right, that can't spend uncommon. And then you have an Ops 70 who's done, who doesn't have anything to spend on, especially coming off.
Well, now they just have to spend 6-star ships. That's the only thing they can put mats into now is 6-star ships instead of 5-star ships.
Well, yeah.
So this is just another way for Stokely to say, yeah, this is just Stokely saying we want you to build generational ships. So look at what they've been doing with events recently. They've been making it more challenging, warp range-wise as well as challenge-wise, of just the hostiles themselves, if you skip ship generations. Right?
Yeah.
So Shiz was just saying that the warp range might be an issue in low G6 if you don't have a G6 uncommon, or you don't have decent slipstream. So, there's still an asterisk there. But they've also been trying to segment hostiles such that you need particular ships to get there. So now they're saying, oh, well, you can only spend current generational materials to get points for this. And saying, okay, well, if you have no buildings to put it on, you might as well build ships. And I think the nice thing here would have been if they had, and granted, this is for depot tokens, this is for past officers. I get there's a whole litany of arguments here. Give us one where G5 and G4 cost or give drastically fewer points.
Well, that would be the same model, right? Like that would be the exact same model that we had. And for the record, I think that there's multiple problems with this. A, you do have millions. So let's look at it from two perspectives. A, why are they not counting previous generational stuff? Well, because people have millions of it. It's not a revenue driver in that regard. Now with this particular event, older officers and choice tokens, Starpy, I think
and that's not, again, you are not defending this.
No, I think that's where you keep it. To be honest with you, like this event right here.
You're going through.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll hang out for a second. Yeah, I see.
Your audio is weird.
It looks like Twitch is going to hang on to me for a second, so we'll try there. But here's, I think that this is the right kind of event for you to keep previous generation materials because it is catch-up, right? It's a catch-up officer auction. It's all older officers. This is where you can afford to spend older things. If you wanted to do, this month's exclusive officer and you do current generational materials, then actually I'm kind of okay with that. But you also have to provide an opportunity for players to dump into. Tarpy, one thing that you and I were talking about earlier is what does an Ops 70 do right here today? I mean, yeah, you're right. They can build more G6 ships. That's not sustainable because you've got ship slot problems. All right. Not only that, but you've got ship part problems, and it just totally changes the dynamic of what the officer auctions are supposed to be. Now, I do think that from Scopely's perspective, because players have millions, and I do mean millions, of previous generational grade materials, this is significantly impacting their monetization, and I feel like they saw that with the vengeance. All right? I think they saw that very cleanly with the vengeance auction that happened last weekend, or earlier this week, or whatever it was. They saw players had millions. Look at what Griffin did. Griffin scored 650 million points, but he actually only bought a handful of packs. All right, where did that stuff come from? It's from stuff he had banked. It's from stuff that he had already earned. Stuff that.
Hold on. He couldn't do that for the vengeance. No, DJz. The only things that counted in that vengeance SLB were G6 parts, G6 mats,
I know.
and Syndicate XP and building parts.
I know.
It wasn't G5 stuff.
I didn't say it was G5, but I'm saying that it was stuff he had banked
I
up.
don't see the here. Okay.
No, it was stuff he had banked up. Now, if his bank of G6 was that high, what is his bank of G5? If you've got players out there who are maxing 7 G5 epics to do 1 milestone, does that tell you how many resources and materials are actually in the market? There is no monetization there. All right. So I understand why they're wanting to remove some of that previous generational stuff. However, you can't. You can't remove it all because an op 60 can't score. Right? An op 70 can only score but finite. You can't build unlimited numbers of ships. You've got ship slot problems. So I think here's my solution. And I mentioned this to you earlier. If Scopely is going to run this type of event, they have to create a material dump. They have to. Make it like, what is that one, Wandering Warrior, right? Where you can exchange stuff for Latinum, but it would still count. They have to do something like this. They have to. And it has to count all grades, even if it's at a diminished amount of stuff. But they have to be able to score. All right. So I'm not suggesting that G5 and G4 materials stay out. All right. I think that they can stay in exactly like what they have been as far as diminished point value, which is fine. All right. It should be diminished point value. But they have to stay in. And further, you have to stop kicking the can down the road because you are capping players out. If a player is building 7 ships to finish 1 solo milestone, would it not be simply easier to just create a dump? And not only are you solving a ship slot problem there, but players still have choice, right? If they want to spend the materials directly on shard acquisition, let them. And if they don't want to, they don't have to. But you have to give players the opportunity to spend materials without having an outlet for people to spend materials on. You got to do it in a dump because otherwise players can't get rid of this stuff.
Are you telling all of us to take a bunch of dumps?
Yeah, I use the word dump 17 times on purpose.
Okay. Yeah, okay, just checking.
But I do understand why Scopely's doing what they're doing. I think it's a mistake. But I also do acknowledge that auctions are continuing to become less and less monetized. And that used to be a big piece of their stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, that used to be, officer monetization used to be all there was. And now it doesn't exist anymore. Partly, and I will say this until I die, mostly due to those stupid-ass multi-tier efficiency primes with the Dolomites. They ruined the economy of this game. I will say that until I die. I'll say that until I'm blue in the face. They absolutely plum-ass ruined the economy of the game with those stupid-ass efficiencies. Because now you've got problems like this. All right? Dump.
Well, they keep putting out more efficiency, so clearly...
Because they're what players want. That's what players are willing to spend on. This is what I'm talking about. They kick the can down the road with absolutely no idea or solution on how to fix it. And then you come out with an event like this that is clearly, obviously designed to make money, and they course correct so freaking hard that it's not viable for anybody. 50, 51, 60,
Yeah.
61, and 70. Like, it's not viable for anybody. It's literally viable for half of the population. I would argue that the decade position, so like 40 through 43 can't do this event. 50 through 53 can't do this event. And then the decade position, right? The 50, 60, 70 can't do this event. You're literally eliminating 4 ops positions out of every decade that can't do the event. It's wild. It's absolutely crazy. And that's what this event design is almost encouraging. It's almost like, you know how much they say they don't want campers? But it's like, that's what this event design does.
Well, so that's the other thing, is people are looking at this for the depot tokens. And again, it's saying that these are older officers, so I don't see why the milestones went up. So like the milestones are stinking high for the SMS. So I love that there's an SMS. So don't even get me wrong there. I'm happy there's an SMS because there hasn't been in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy. But the milestones went up. These are older officers, so you're asking me to pay more currency or pay more mats for officers that
Well,
I've
that was
already paid less for in the past.
Yeah,
Like,
that
and it just seems
that was probably
like a
an
weird value
automated thing.
proposition.
That was probably automated because of pack inflation. That is actually a part of, Logan's talked to us in the past about his automation tools. That was likely an automation thing, in all likelihood. I do think that could have been something that somebody thought about and said, hey, listen, let's kick it down, or not update it, just one more month, since it is going to be a catch-up auction. But I think that was probably an automated process that did that. The bigger issue that I've got is literally with the removal of parts. I think that if you're a player who wants to build 7 previous grade epics for an SMS, let them. You know what I'm saying? It is a finite supply. You're eventually going to run out of ship slots on that, but you've got to work within the confines of the system. I don't agree that we should be adding hundreds of ship slots. All right, I don't agree with that.
Okay, by the way, you have much big feelings in the chat about you saying that there are AI or automated anything in this game, because there's no way that these are programmed well enough to be run by AI.
I didn't say AI.
Early enough to be. So explain what you mean by automation, because you have people who are all sorts of already grumpy, who are now even grumpier that the game isn't even being run by people anymore.
Oh my goodness gracious! No, listen.
Yes, sorry. That is you. I am paraphrasing you, Star Ocean, and I'm doing it very poorly.
We have had many conversations with live ops members who have talked about them creating tools, mathematical formulas that automatically will calculate milestones based on the parameters that they want. We know, for example, that a heroic solo milestone has a mathematical currency value. All right, we know that. So when packs get an inflation, there are certain styles of events that will adjust their milestones to keep up with the goal of it costing X amount of dollars, for example. They have never deviated from this in literally 6 years, but the generally accepted price tag for an epic officer is $400. So, for example, if a pack gets an inflation, they are going to take the contents of that pack based on the points for this event.
You're doing this thing again.
Yeah, see that. They're going to take the number of point potential in a pack, multiply it by 4, and that is going to be what the milestones are. All right. So they've got spreadsheets and certain tools. I never said AI. I don't think that's what they're doing. They've got, as a matter of fact, I know the human who wrote a lot of these algorithms. Basically, it's just, hey, if a pack value content is this, and they've got the ability to import that, so when they load up their pack contents, it automatically spits out the milestones for these other things. So that's why I say automation. Nobody manually chose 76.023 million materials to be your milestone. That was a calculation, is what I mean.
So part of this, DJs, is I think it's also good for us who might know a bit more on how the events are run to periodically re-explain that, because I feel like a lot of sour feelings on occasion do come from not understanding the process. So I feel like they're formulas in a spreadsheet, right?
Yeah.
I would rather a formula in a spreadsheet actually say what my milestones are than a person who would probably make it, who would probably round it up to the next million.
Well, not only that,
To be
but
entirely honest.
if you remember, there used to be tons and tons of errors. Like, for Ops 38, for example, or Ops 42, there used to be errors. There also used to be a lot of errors in rewards where, like, now we still get that. Like, I think we still had a Battle Pass issue with Milestone 6 the other day that has been corrected. But we had that a lot less today. If you go back 2 years in this game, almost every single event would have an affected segment, right? Hey, Ops 48 is missing Crystal. Or, hey, Ops 56 only has 3-star ore in their rewards. You know, there used to be a ton of that. And we don't have much of that anymore. We do still have some, but not nearly as much. And a lot of that is because of these tools that people like Logan have written. So, yeah, that's what I mean. And honestly, overall, it's very, very good that he has implemented these tools, because we have far fewer reward errors and far fewer milestone errors than we ever have had in the past. But then you do have the situation like here where, you know, that automation comes into play and somebody might not have had the foresight to come back and say, hey, this is an older auction. Or, for example, like, hey, pack values are being calculated, but we're going to eliminate 60% of that pack now and only use current generational things. That is probably an oversight. That's probably an oversight.
So here's here's the next thing that chat is being grumpy about, is people are saying, oh, well, when I buy a pack, it has G6 or G3 materials in it, and they don't let me use them in spend events. And the G5 through G3 materials in a G6 pack are not actually part of the value of that pack anymore.
That's correct. So this was actually a couple of years ago. If I'm going to explain that process, good call out, Darby. Previous generation materials have zero value and zero bearing on a pack calculation. All right. What happened is a couple of years ago, they didn't actually used to be there at all. If you bought a pack, previous generation materials were removed. And then, because of scrapping, a lot of players got very, very fussy about that. Oh my God, I am at a dead standstill on the interstate. Hey, I might be able to read some chat now. So previous generation materials. Okay.
No.
Okay. Previous generation materials had absolutely no value. They weren't included on anything. And even when you look at pack content now, for example, for the purposes of calculating a milestone, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but epic materials don't cost either. So if you're G4 and G5, when they're doing the mathematical point variant for your solo milestones, they don't even count epic materials either, because there's very few places that you can actually spend them. So we lobbied about this a few years ago and actually got them to remove epic materials from the calculation, which was a big win at the time. That was big. So the only thing that's counted is uncommon and rare materials now. So now that doesn't defend, for example, when people say, well, I paid for these materials. You're correct. You did. But the value that is associated with those for the purposes of these events is still nil. So not being able to spend them is a fair point, which is why I still say we should still be able to spend them. But it does make sense that it's at a diminished value. But from Scopely's perspective, okay, from Scopely's perspective, that is why I think that they have been completely removed, is because Tarpy auctions were always supposed to be moneymakers. They're not anymore because players are acquiring hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of previous generation materials and are able to spend them freely. Even though Vengeance is not the best example, the better example would be a player building 7 G5 epics to finish their tier 1 officer milestone. And guess how many packs they bought to do that? 0.
Yeah. I mean, I think it just punishes those people at the generational change. So, like, as you said, the decade off.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I think it punishes them the most.
Oh, it does, because they can't spend.
Okay, I do want to...
They can't spend it.
I want to phrase that a little differently. It's 40, it's Ops 40, it's Ops 51, and it's Ops 61. Because Ops 60 and Ops 50 are fine, right? They can spend all of the G5 stuff or G4 stuff.
Oh,
yeah, because G6
but only on
starts at 61.
Only on catch-up stuff, though.
Yeah.
Right? It could only be on catch-up stuff. And then I would actually add one more. You know, even though 62 can build a ship, most of what they're doing there is
they have nothing. They have no... It's at Ops 61, Ops 62, you have nothing, really. And this is the other problem. G6 doesn't have a lot of research. Right?
Yes,
so,
because it's all hazard stuff, you know? And so, yeah, that's why I say this problem could be solved by a dump. You can make those previous generational materials score less. I'm fine with that. I think I was fine with it a year ago. I know players were very fussy about it, but I still think that they could be reduced further, and that'd be fine. Because literally, if your ops... Okay, let me ask you a question. And I can't read chat, so Tarpy, you help me out here. Throw it up in chat. If you are, let's say, Ops 65 or higher, tell me how many G5 uncommon gas you have in your inventory. Just throw it in there. Let's see what chat has to say.
Okay, I am going to look at Twitch first, and then I will look at Discord.
And since I am complete standstill traffic, I am going to look at my phone. No judgment. I am...
Bad chat.
I am...
I am judging. You are driving. We are watching you drive, and you are saying you're breaking rules of the road.
All right, I'm not.
So that is not wise.
My phone is down. I'm literally not moving.
Good choice.
All right, I'm moving a little bit now. You guys can't see in the camera, I don't think, but I'm looking above this truck in front of me right now, and I can just see miles of 3-lane traffic, and I hear an ambulance siren somewhere. So there's an accident, which that's... I hear a siren somewhere. I can't see it, but I can hear it, which means there's an accident up here, and that's why all this traffic is so backed up. Oh, yeah. I do think I want to...
Well, I hope everybody is okay.
It might be about time to stop. I'm going to need to stop and get gas here before too long. I've only got 48 miles to empty, so perfect time for that to happen in the middle of standstill traffic. I'm going to have to stop for gas, and I might stop for lunch here in a little bit. It's 3 o'clock. You boys hungry? Christian is still sleeping. Bro has it the best. He's going to wake up, and we're going to be at the beach. He's not even going to have to have sat through a car ride. He's just going to wake up, and we're going to be there. Great method. Big brain right there. Oliver DJz, are you hungry?
Yes.
Oliver DJz is hungry. Noah, are you hungry? He says no. Christian is hungry?
Yeah, and I gotta pee.
And Noah has to pee. Okay.
If we stop by somewhere, can I get me a blanket?
If he stops, you want a blanket?
You know, like if we stop at a gas station to get
Bro, they don't got blankets at gas
Why do you think a gas station has a blanket?
I don't know.
All right, Tarpy.
Are you chilling your child?
No, he's got his temperature set to 67. I've got mine set to 60.
Okay. That's cold.
I love it.
Okay, so people are responding in Twitch chat with anywhere between 1 million and
Okay.
1 billion.
Okay, guys. Now,
So like,
guys, now, do you now see the problem with, which by the way, let me use problem with finger air quotes. Do you see the monetization issue with building previous generational things? All right. Now, for the record, because this is a self-inflicted wound for Scopely, because they have so many ops levels that are literally prohibited from being able to spend these scoring materials, this is why a dump is required. Okay? And it can score less points, but by the
oh
way,
my god.
what? Dump. A dump is required. You
No. That was not at you. That
Dump.
was at a comment.
Dump.
No, that was at a comment saying that a G6 player specifically. No, this is me reading into what you said in chat. That a G6 player bought a pack specifically for the amount of G5 in it, and on that I will call mega BS. You bought that pack for either the amount of G6 mats or whatever else you bought the pack for. If it was a building, if it was a ship, if it was a weapon. Did you buy a pack in G6 for the amount of G5 mats in it?
Okay, let's rephrase.
Really?
Hold on. Let's back up. That is possible. You want to know why? Because there are no G5 exclusive packs in G6. So the pack, now, for you player, and I don't know who that was, and I don't need your name, but for that player, I will say that while I understand that your immediate need at that time might have been G5, okay, and you chose a pack that gave you the most G5, okay, all true statements. I will agree with you on that front. The value of that pack still came in the G6 materials. Your G5 was quote unquote added value. So it makes sense that you would have shopped for a pack that gave you the most of what you needed. I totally agree with that. I do the same thing all the time. Okay, if I'm going to buy a pack, I look for the pack that gives me the most of what I need. But the consistency of that pack, the makeup of that pack, no one is going to be able to argue the mathematics on that. All right, this entire game, which is why I hate the Dolomites, this entire game is built upon the economy of the base core packs for current generation. So I totally acknowledge that you might have purchased a pack for something that you had a need for that we're telling you had no value or had no monetary bearing on the price of that pack. But that is still the facts of the case. All right. But I totally hear what you're saying. You are just a very rare exception, and it's not going to change the economy of your pack. You still got the G6 stuff, and that is where the value of that pack lies. Okay? But I understand what you're saying. That is possible. I find it odd that you would have needed G5 because so much G5 is given in events. But if you needed it, nobody's to say that you're not allowed to buy it. Scopely loves you and thanks you for your business. I've bought stupider things before too. All right, I've bought stupider things before too. But again, it just comes down to a dump. You have to have an exchange. Why not create a Wandering Warrior type exchange where, the point values could be minimalized? Like, let's say, for example, if we go back to an auction from last month, can somebody, if you were G6, what were the points for G5? What was an uncommon, like 10 points? Or 20 points? This is why players have to build 7 ships, because the previous generation paid less. So, why don't we just drop it down a little bit? Now, certainly, here's the deal. Here's where this, and by the way, I was stopped so I can read. Here's where that particular comment, this is where that comment will fall a little bit short for me, especially after this month. Okay? Especially after this month. You're right. People paid for a product. You get said product. Okay? That does not necessarily mean that the economy for that product is always going to be the same. I will 100% agree that the issue this month with people buying, the pack and getting the crest and then getting Icegen and all that stuff, that was all a bunch of foobar mess. Agreed. Okay? But if you buy a pack for G5, you're still getting the G5. That is not a diminished value, a loss of product. That is not anything there. You're getting what you paid for. You're just, this specific event isn't going to score off of it. You're not buying event points when you buy a pack. You're buying a material to do something with. So that material still went into a jelly. It still went into a ship. It still went into a scrapping mechanic. You never are buying event points. You're buying materials to sink. And then the events come along and sink. So it is a fine difference. I totally acknowledge that is definitely going to be a matter of opinion. But that is essentially how would I say? This is 7 years of precedent in this game. That's always how it's been. You buy materials for sync. That's why they won't let you buy event points. All right. We've had people ask, during Vengeance, people said, can we not just buy blueprints? Can we not just buy points? And Scopely said no. This is their legal workaround for that. They're selling you a material that can be spent on some in-game upgrade or in-game purchase. Okay? That is what you're buying. The fact that you're getting points and scoring for an event is secondary. That's not what you're buying. You see? Now, it is tricky, obviously, but that is how this works, and that is the precedent in this game. And they will never deviate from it for the exact comment you just made. You're not buying points, and they can never claim that you were buying points. So, tricky landscape, but that is their reasoning for doing so. So, anywho.
Now, people are not going to see that suggestion.
What suggestion?
As, like, they're... The idea that
it's not a suggestion. I'm telling you how it is.
It's not G3, G4, G5. I know. They're going to see it as a suggestion, and then they're going to disagree with you because they think that the G3 has value. To them. No,
that's fine. You're welcome.
And I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah, no, you're welcome to disagree. Yeah. You're equally welcome to be wrong. And I mean that, that in the words.
DJz is already sitting down.
Yeah, no, I mean that in the words of Bubba Joe. Okay, it's just a fact. That is how they value the game. You can have an opinion. You can have a perspective. And for the record, it doesn't practically make you right or wrong. It's just the way that they built the game. It's the way that they value things. It's the way that they score things. This is how they do it, and it hasn't ever changed. In all fairness, it's never changed. So, point values change, event structures change, mechanics sometimes change, but as far as them selling packs, they're pretty damn good at that. It's been the same for 7 years. So, that has never deviated. And for the record, I'm not saying it's nice. I'm not saying it's nice or not. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that it's good business or not. I'm just telling you that that's the way that it is, and before anybody says that, that I'm defending this or advocating that or shilling this. Now, my job has always been communication, guys. All right. You may not like what I have to say, but that is the facts. That's the truth. That doesn't mean I endorse it. I'm just telling you what the explanation is. All right. That is Scopely's explanation on this. And that's not gonna change based on your opinion of it. So that's how they value all of these events.
So where I'm going with this is they want you to progress in your generation. So building prior ships is not helping you progress in your generation. Especially if they're ships you can't, they're just sitting there, they're doing nothing for you.
Yeah.
And so I get where they're going with that. And the other thing here, people, is you have to know something about me is I got a PhD out of spite for somebody calling me dumb my first day of college. I absolutely hate people saying, well, it's always been this way, so it's always going to be this way. So I hate that statement. But there are also hills that we should want to fight on and want to die on about things in this game. And the fact that G3, G4, and G5 are not going to be in a spend event right now, that is not a hill that I want to die on. Or that they have equal value in packs and people look at the amount of G4 in a pack in G6 and say, oh, I want this pack because it has extra G4 rare gas.
Yeah.
If you're looking at for rare gas as a G6 player, you have other problems. So like this is not one of those things that I'm willing to really go out and
No, not yet.
fight. Like if it's us saying,
Good call.
okay, Scopely, your communications this month are crap. Like they have not communicated very much at all. And they've never done that. That is a thing that I would love for them to continue to change because they have been doing super much better at communicating the last 6 months. And then the last 6 weeks or so, they kind of crap that bed pretty hard. So like I'm happy to always say, hey, I think you could do better in these things that actually really should change.
And for the record,
this is not one of those things that I think should change.
Well, and here's the thing. I'm actually going to be a little bit more aggressive than Tarpy on this. For the record, I do think it's a hill I'm going to fight on as far as eliminating those points. I do think those points have to be there. All right. But I do agree that they can be diminished in value. All right. Because, even in events, you might earn, XYZ of your current generational material, but everybody's earning the absolute max payout of the previous generation. You know what I'm saying? So, like, there is no shortage of that. That's why I asked in chat. Some of you guys are holding hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of materials. All right? That generally means, not for everybody, but that generally means there's not a shortage of those previous generation materials. We're just using those to reduce our actual expense towards something that Scopely wants to sell. That's what you have to look at it, Erwin. That's not my truth. That's a Scopely truth. All right? So, by the way, that was a comment he made several minutes ago, Tarpy. I wasn't reading chat. That is a Scopely truth. It's not my truth. I didn't write the game. I didn't write your event. All right? But they're trying to sell this stuff. And if you guys are sitting on millions, then there's no cash there. All right? So, but until they fix the problem of players not having something to be able to spend it on, then they have to provide a sink for it. All right? They have to provide a sink for it. The only way that you can eliminate these materials from scoring, Tarpy, is if you eliminate common from the game altogether. You see what I'm saying? Everybody
it's
has
like getting rid of pennies.
Everybody has to be able to spend. Like an Ops 60 has to be able to spend 6-star uncommon. An Ops 50 has to be able to spend Ops G5 uncommon if you want this style of score to work. Conversely, the other thing that you could do is include common and just have it as a diminished value. But you can't do both, right? Like you can't do you can't just eliminate common and eliminate the previous generation because there's too many players who rely on that to progress. So there does need to be a modification.
I think this is a really interesting comment that we should come back to when you have like your whole computer and everything, because people saying, oh, you can't let me use my last generation stuff. And y'all, I'm not trying to sound mean when I do this. This is just the voice I use to paraphrase. I can't use the
She's mocking you
because I don't want to go up in ops. I'm not mocking. Okay, whatever. I'll stop. So people are saying, well, I can't go up in ops. I'm not ready to go up in ops. Well, maybe you actually are. And maybe the content is hard for everyone. And so people are saying, well, I don't want to go up in ops. And Scopely is maybe saying you should. Or, well, if you are 10 ops levels past where the research is supposed to have been done, that might be a different conversation.
Well,
like, how did you get 10 ops levels past where that research was supposed to be done?
Yeah, Scopely has always pushed progression. That is not ever going to change. That's where their money is. And it is my opinion and the opinion of this brand that camping is not good for you. All right, now there's a difference between camping.
Strategic pauses are fine.
Yeah, there's a difference between camping and doing your current progression that might not include a building. Okay? Like, there is a difference. But like Tarpy just said, if you're doing a research that was built for 10 or 15 levels prior to where you are right now, then you went, there's some balance issues there. All right. Conversely, if you are blowing materials on stupid things like generator resource output, all right, because you've got nothing else to spend them on, then you're camping. But or if you have no buildings to build. But if you have no buildings to build, then you do have a building to build. It's called ops. You know what I'm saying? So there's a couple of, there is strategic, and I'll go ahead and use the word camping, but yeah, I've never been a big fan of camping because of this very problem. It hurts you, all right? But at the same time, if you sped your buildings too quickly, Erwin, and you've got gazillions of research to catch up on, then that's also a little bit of a problem, This game's all about balance. But therein lies the rub. You've got to have balance in event scoring as well. And for specifically, let's say a level 70, all right, who literally can't spend anything at all, they've got to have a sink. So open up a converter. For every uncommon material, give them 10 lat. And just give them the ability to score. All right? People have to have the ability to score. If you're going to run this type of event, people have the ability to score.
Yeah, I'm over here just calling all the people who are camping at Op 70 slackers. So don't mind me.
It doesn't count if you're not using a mocking voice. All right, you got to use the mocking voice.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, please.
Oh, I'm using all caps and calling them slackers. And I said that Bull's mom would go up in ops.
That's true. That's true. Absolutely accurate. So, yeah, listen, this arc has not been designed with precision as we're kind of wrapping up the two big things this weekend. They definitely have not been designed with precision. I think there's a lot of attention to detail that is missing here. I think there's a lot of event design problems and ideas that people who regularly play the game would have caught. If I had seen this event before today, I would have said this is a bad idea. All right. Now, I would have tweaked it. I do agree that previous generational builds should not score as much as they do, but they still need to be available. And so there's definite adjustments that need to happen here. And then you got the mechanical problems with Flashpoint and all this stuff. It does not feel good. It does not feel good. That is for damn sure. I agree with everybody. None of this feels great. Except for Crucible. I love Crucible. Crucible feels wonderful. Crucible's great.
Right. Has anybody gotten to see how... I haven't been in game. Has anybody seen how much the pack is for what's-his-face? But I think that's the other thing that appeared. That's however much the finishing the Crucible pack is for Scotty. I think that's the other thing that's making people kind of itchy, is that this is the first month that we haven't had a way to really control our acquisition of two of the three epic officers in any sort of predictable way.
Are they all three
It's
epics?
$100.
Are they all three epics?
Yeah, they're all three epics, and that...
Oh, see, that's dumb. I thought one of them was a rare.
No, so Epi, Scotty, and the Chalk are epics, and they're sourced however we don't know yet. And, well, you could have gotten the Chalk through... Don't
count T'Pring. T'Pring is a syndicate officer. So she's not... Yeah, she doesn't really count.
Yeah, well... Yeah. So that sourcing is known, but the other two are not. You could have gotten to Chalk through the FMS or finishing the building. But I think that's where people are like, okay, so you gave me a way to do a spend event, so that's great. We were hoping there would be an SMS, so that's nice, because we don't want to do SLBs without SMSs. And it's $100 for Scotty. That is frustrating. I would have done it for 50 or 20. I can see a full unlock of an epic being $100, but that's still a lot.
So what you're saying, when you finish Crucible, you get another. How many shards is Scotty to unlock?
It's a paid pack to get a full unlock of Scotty.
Yeah, I get that, but Crucible was not about sourcing Scotty. It's about the Davo tokens and the previous officers. I almost wish they didn't put 10 shards of Scotty in there. I feel like they were doing that for added value, but players, again, are missing the point on that. I kind of wish they had taken $10 Scotty out of there, but nonetheless, or 10 shards of Scotty out of there. How many shards does Scotty cost to unlock?
120.
So you can buy 110 Scotty shards for $100?
I mean, that's good. I know that is objectively good. But, and Magu also points out that there is up to 50% SNW efficiency. So it's like, this is potentially better, but I really wish they would get away from the $100 model.
Yeah. Yeah. I again, this is all about player interpretation and perspective. I would not be looking at Crucible as Scotty sourcing.
And he's 130. So well, okay, so here's the other thing that we were hoping they wouldn't do, that they seem to potentially be doing, is to make up for the fact that they have put efficiencies out for prior officers. They are moving the end of the race for the new ones. So the efficiencies don't count for as much.
How do you figure?
So if all of the other epic officers to unlock have been 100 or 120 shards, Scotty is 130. So that means that, yes, there is an efficiency. That's fantastic. But it means that if they change the original baseline, the efficiency doesn't matter as much.
Well, that's fair. I'll agree with that. But the efficiency was also for officer catch-up and not necessarily the newbies. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, okay. So that's exactly my point, is they put out this officer efficiency and then they're releasing new officers into that category. That same efficiency.
That's fair. And
so it's
I guess
functional.
I would counter you with this. We like officers in similar synergy groups because we usually typically tend to complain when there's new groups because that makes more good combinations. But you still, like, even with the efficiencies, I mean, if you're talking 130 to 120, that's less than 5%. The efficiencies are a lot higher than that. So you would still be under 100 shards to get him unlocked. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's still a savings. It's still a savings.
I know. But I want to make sure that it's somewhere on some record that we notice that they are already doing that.
And I will also say, since I'm in the doghouse today, I'm okay with that because it's a brand new officer. I mean, guys, come on. This was meant as an officer catch-up mechanism. I would rather share synergy and have a slightly higher shard count, knowing that the research wasn't meant for a new officer. But I'm still going to get the benefit. It's still not going to cost me 120 shards. Like, I'm looking, I'm trying to do the math in my head. It's probably going to be, 95, 90 shards? It's definitely less than 100.
87.
Okay.
87.
But
but
it's still better. It's still better.
So, the other thing that you might not know, because I don't know how much they tell y'all with your NDAs, and obviously you can't say everything, even if it is this going to be, so the sourcing that they have for those two officers this month, which is buy an entire epic, which is different than sometimes, and buy the building to max, is the ways to get those officers right now. Is this what we should expect for officers throughout this entire Flashpoint series? They're expecting 6 months of not being able to get any officers that month unless you spend.
I would not count on that, or there will be riots. But no, I do not have a definitive answer on that. I won't stand for that. Okay, just to be perfectly blunt, I won't be okay with that. But I do not have a definitive answer, so I can't tell you. I can tell you that I can tell you that
already,
I have constantly told them not to release multiple epics in a month because you create sourcing problems. Notwithstanding to Pring, you do a syndicate officer,
no,
that's fine. That's a standalone. I'm fine with that. But for DeChalk and Scotty to both be epics, that's a problem. They have never solved this problem well, ever. And they want to complain about monetization in officers. I would be willing to bet that they make more money off rares than they do epics. So why would you make 2 epics? You know what I'm saying? Like, make a rare, sell the packs, make your money. That's so silly to me. They've never balanced this well. Doing multiple epics in a month, it's never been balanced well. And I just think it's silly. Well
in the Seska and Anorax month, Destros points out. So you could only get Seska if you bought the ship right away. So that helped there. But so that was getting 2 things for $100. You got 1 epic, like, with the ship. So it just on top, like, it, when I was mentioning before, it's all the little barriers that are making this arc just feel really crummy. Like, I feel like we could handle a grindy arc. We could handle a grindy arc with hazards. We could handle different officer sourcing. We could handle a lot of these things, but all of it together just seems really off-putting without having a reason to work for a lot of this. Like, we have no wins right now, I think is where I'm trying to go with this. And yes, it's the first month of brand new stuff, but we don't have any positive feelings right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I get that. I still maintain I like Crucible. That's my shining star this month. I love Crucible. And if you look at, I saw this comment a second ago. If you look at Crucible, somebody said all this grind for the privilege of being offered a pack to buy. Don't look at it for that. Look at it for the choice tokens. Look at it for the officer shards and the resources and materials that you're earning through the currency. Again, I really wish they had not put 10 Scotty shards in there, because I think players have taken their eyes off the prize. The prize is the Dabo tokens. That's what it is. It's Dabo tokens.
Yeah. My question is, if they're going to do this 2 more times, and
what,
if
Crucible?
They are,
we do not know that Crucible's running again.
Yeah.
We do not know that.
Okay, so, like, are they going to have a normal set of events next week? Or are we just going to have...
What does the calendar say? Does the calendar have any indication?
Nothing. It has nothing besides tickets and the vague return of the other thing.
Well, obviously, again, they're trying something a little different.
IMS again.
Yeah, they're trying something a little different with event design. I don't know the answer to that. If they offered another Crucible, I'm not going to be unhappy. But because, again, I like bulk play. We've talked about this in the past. You remember when ticketed events used to launch and they lasted basically all weekend? Even now, there's still a hybrid of that, because a ticket event now lasts 48 hours instead of 24. We like that over the weekend because it allows us to play when we have the ability to play. That's what Crucible is. This is, as we mentioned earlier in the show, 75 tasks, and you have 7 days to do them. And you don't
like that aspect.
Yeah, I love that. So if they gave me another Crucible next week, I'm totally fine with that. I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm totally fine with it.
I hope they change the milestones, or I hope they change the activities.
To what?
For some of them, because I don't know, but I don't think that alliances, and I don't think it will be popular. And yes, more free stuff is free stuff, so don't get me wrong there. Having to do 25 polygons 2 weeks in a row would really suck.
I thought about this after we were talking about this the other day, and the only reason is because I ran polygons yesterday. I I ran some polygons for me because I had the directives and I was over my cap. And then I realized I made a dreadful mistake. All right, which by the way might be a dreadful mistake for my team more so than me. For you larger players out there, and yes, for anybody who sees what I'm doing right now, I am that asshole. All right, I know the lane is closing.
Yeah, you are. Zipper method, dick.
By the way, no, that's just it. People, I always say this. Zipper method means to fully utilize both lanes. Like, we should not be merging until right around here. Like, right here, where that Toyota is, that's about the right place that you should start to be zippering in. The full completion of
You are
the two
giving me
lanes.
so much stress.
No, it's fine. At the
You are
end of the
giving me so
lane,
much
when the
stress.
lane closes is when you should be zippering in. All right? No, there should
yes,
not
that
be.
is technically right.
That is true. You
That
should
is
not.
technically
There
right.
should not be a mile of empty lane before you merge in. All right, 1,000%. What that Toyota just did is the exact right thing, and what I did is the exact right thing. But nobody knows that. Nobody does that. Why was that lane open for a half a mile? All right, I know that it's not, it's perceived as being an asshole. It's actually the proper way to drive. Oh, that is the correct
Alabama
way.
canceling his Patreon membership
Wait, why? What?
because you just wrote like that.
No, Balabom, that's how you're supposed to do it. That is the proper way to drive. All right, that's the...
Okay, so I think this week the polygons are fine. Next week, if they make us do the same thing again, I think that will be less popular. Like, yeah, it will be the second run, and it's more free stuff. It's more mats, but gosh, I think seeing 25 polygons on the to-do list 2 weeks in a row.
That would be tough. Oh, so anyway, I was telling you
Tough.
before I was teasing you guys about me being an asshole. I realized I made a very
You're not
costly
teasing, we know it.
mistake to my team, because how many of you larger players out there have been soloing your polygons? I have been.
Yeah. Oh, you did.
I know. Yeah, I ran 4 polygons yesterday, and I quick started all 4 of them and ran them solo. And then I got to thinking, oh man, I just cost my alliance like 30 points. You know, like, and then I realized the polygon event is not that hard. That's when I kind of realized, okay, it's contradictory to our min-max of loot. Like, it's contradictory to how we play, but as far as the game mechanics, 25 polygons is super effing easy. Super
if you can play
easy.
when a lot of people play, and your alliance plays nice in the sandbox with each other.
Well, that's true. I would say that the more challenging ones was not polygons. I would say a more challenging event would have been the solo waves or the invading entities, like the Crenum solos. Those are going to be more difficult
25?
because of sourcing. Yeah, those are going to be harder.
think it's
But
fun.
polygons
think
shouldn't be
it's
hard.
fun. Okay. So polygons, if you can have a total of 5 polygons without the prime on a team, on a decently sized alliance, that's maybe not a problem. But if you're a bigger player like me, the 15 formatas, I was in every single formata that ran yesterday. That was great. I was in all 3 legs because they didn't want to go smaller because of start chests. So that was great. I got so much loot. But so many people didn't get in legs of those formatas that we had to do more formatas because they wanted the start loot.
Yeah,
So it was like,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
That's-
it's contradictory to how we have established our standard operating procedures when it comes to some of this content. But it's an event that's asking you to play a certain piece of content a little bit differently. That doesn't make it bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, I realized yesterday that I hurt my team by soloing the polygons, but that's when I realized, okay, so I have learned to solo polygons because that's what's best for me. But this event is giving me the opportunity to help my team and score more points in a different way than I'm used to, that is not bad. All right. That's what I'm saying. I think the larger issue might have come with the solo waves or something that does require. So, like, for example, let's look at the Crenum invading entities. Isn't there a task for 25 of those?
Yes. So
Okay.
that's a full month.
That is
You
20.
get one a day.
You get one a day. That's 25 days worth of sourcing. That one would be tough. Now, I do also come back and say, though, we only need 1,950 points out of the possible 2,800. Is that what it was, or 2,600? So there are tasks that you can skip. Tarpy made the calculator. You can easily figure out which ones you can skip. You don't have to do them all. Okay. You can easily figure out which ones you can skip. And some of these ones, like, for example, invading entities, 25 of them, not possible to earn inside a week, you know? And if it does run again next week, you're certainly not going to be able to do it free to play. Okay. Because you can only earn one of those a week. So, sorry guys. And I'm going to start to kind of scout for a gas station. This looks like a terrible exit to look for that. Because I'm down to 10 miles to empty.
Oh, jeez. That's just how you would. You would.
I do. I always run it down to empty. But yeah, I'm going to start looking for a gas station. Anyway, the polygons next week will be tough. Invading entities next week will be tough. A lot of these.
And this is if they run it.
If they run it again. Yeah, if they run it again. So I can see some of those those comments for that run. Yeah. But again, you don't have to do them all.
Just pointed out they could do alliance tournaments. Yeah.
But with only needing 1,950 points out of the 2,800 or 2,600, whatever it is, there's a lot of these tasks that are very, very ignorable for a lot of players. So, that's why I say I still maintain Crucible is wonderful. I think we're missing the intent with some of the rewards a little bit, but there's definitely a lot of buffer, a lot of grace period built into these events, and overall, I actually really, really like them. I should have taken that exit. Oliver, are you going to be able to get out and push?
Yep.
We might need that.
What'd you do?
Well, we got 10 miles to empty, but we're stuck in traffic now.
Why does this not surprise me at all?
You're hungry? You don't want any more chips? All right, well, we can stop and get something. It is 3:30. It's lunchtime. It's past lunchtime. In the meantime, is there, see, now that's an exit. Actually, that was an on-ramp, wasn't it? See, even he's not doing the wrong thing. Good for you, you little Kia. All right, that was an on-ramp, and he used the full extent of his ramp. Good for you, driving proper. Well on you, good on you. People thinking I'm an asshole. You should always use the full length of the lane available.
Oh, you are.
I am, yeah, but not for that reason. I might be an asshole, but not for zipper merging. All right. For the purposes of the podcast, is there anything else that we need to discuss or anything else that needs to be talked about as far as content as we get ready to maybe wrap up that piece? I'm going to probably stay on Twitch with you for a little while, but we can kind of just, hang out and talk a little bit. And for the record, we're not going to end the Discord stage, but I don't want to do a bunch of editing. So I want to get all the game content out of the way, and we'll condense it and record it and publish that piece of it later. But if I'm going to go to... just now kind of goofing off and chatting with you guys a little bit and not talking specifically about game stuff, then we'll kind of make that marker there, Tarpy, so that we can record and do the post-production later. So, for the purposes of making it easy, is there anything else that you guys would like to ask questions about or discuss on the game? If not, otherwise I'll do my closing. But we'll still stay with you because I still have two more
totally
hours.
broke up for most of that.
Yeah. All right, well.
And it's hilarious. I got most of it. Yeah, he's breaking up super bad everywhere.
Yeah, I see that.
But yeah, you did something about asking questions and yada yada. So we can watch you as you run out of gas on the side of the road.
No.
This is going to be great.
No, I am not going to run out of gas. I'm down to 8 miles to empty. Surely there's another exit. Surely there's another exit.
There's signs for this.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, probably both.
Note to self, never go on a road trip with DJs.
Why? I'm doing fine. Listen, you guys have watched me driving. Obviously, I'm a very safe driver. I know how to drive. I know what a zipper
Yeah.
march is. All right. Yo, check out
You've
these
run out of
guys.
gas.
What's up? I'm not going to run out of gas. All right. Somebody must have had an accident with a motorcycle or a breakdown.
Oh, okay, so I'm watching a soccer game live too. A player saved a goal from happening, and she's not the goalkeeper, but she did a handball. So they are now evaluating for a penalty kick for the other team. Dang.
I was going to say, yeah, penalty kick might. I mean, it's still a good move. That's one of those sacrificial fouls, right? Like you're in a basketball game and you intentionally foul. Like you still have a chance to defend the penalty kick.
But she got red carded for that too. Like it was blatant.
Well, there you go.
Yikes. But it's like it wasn't appear to be one of those your arm is just there kind of handballs. Because you have arms and you can't avoid having arms. But
all right, well, good news is we're out of the construction piece now. Actually, I don't think it was construction. I think it was that accident. Or not even an accident. I think that looked like it might have been a motorcycle broken down. But anyway, we're moving now, which is good. We're down to 6 miles to empty. But that means on my next exit, I should be able to stop and get some gas.
You're super lucky that the next exit isn't 30 miles away.
Let's see. It looks like the next exit is 5 miles away. Oh, crap. That's all right. We're still fine. I've got 6 miles to empty, so everything's great.
Yeah, because those are totally accurate that far down.
Actually, I run my fuel tank down all the time. So even when it hits 0, I know I've still got about 10 or 15 miles.
Oh my god, you've done this before.
Absolutely, I have. How many people... Wait, you've never run your car down to 0 just to see how far it can go?
No.
Oh, see, you're not living life. That's a...
Smart? No, I'm smart.
That's an exhilaration moment right there. Just to see how far you can go.
I don't agree with how you live your life, man.
You make bad life choices. Bad life choices.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. It's worked out for me so far.
Oh my god. And you might be on stream for the first time it doesn't.
I know.
That's fantastic. Oh, there's Dragon Keeper.
Hey, Trash Keeper, what's up, buddy? I was talking about you earlier because I'm driving on roads, and I know nobody knows roads better than you know roads. Trash Keeper knows roads.
He says he does. He says you should be in the right-hand lane,
I am
so you don't miss your exit.
I am in the right-hand lane. Is the stream that far behind? Because I am in the right-hand lane right now.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, it's about 15 to 20 seconds behind. Oh. So right now, in the stream, you just passed the yellow marker for that construction zone.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Like on the side of the berm.
I am in the right lane. So, but basically, by the time that you hear it, I will be in the right-hand lane. So, anywho.
Yeah. Well, no, you were already in the right-hand lane. It's just I was telling you to kind of mark where the Twitch video was compared to where you are in real life. So in the Twitch video, we are just going past the crater that was on the side of the road. Now we are just going past.
Oh, you guys think I remember that?
Yeah. So like this.
That. All right, I'm passing mile marker 134 right now. Right now, mile marker 134.
Well,
tell me when you can see it.
Literally the big traffic sign.
I wasn't paying any attention to that damn thing. Oh my god, I'm down to 3 miles to empty.
Oh my god, it's the giant sign on the back.
3 miles.
We can't read mile markers.
I see nothing. You can't see mile markers? I feel like this camera should allow you to see mile markers. Dude, I am actually legitimately starting to become nervous. This looks like farm country.
I'm a horrible friend. I'm laughing at this.
I am legitimately becoming nervous because I see the exit and I don't see any fuel signs.
This is fantastic.
Oh boy. This is a problem. This is
And you know that
this is a problem.
if you don't have AAA, do you imagine that my AAA will have a time where it's like, hey, I need you to go to this random place in North Carolina?
I do not.
Because that would be stinking hilarious. Oh my god.
I have roadside through my car insurance,
You don't?
but I don't have specifically AAA. I mean, but yeah, I've got roadside. Oh,
Driver,
there's an
we
Exxon.
call it AAA.
We're safe. There's an Exxon. Woohoo! We got an Exxon, and even better, it's an Exxon where I save 10% per gallon with a Walmart Plus membership. That sound like a plug, anybody?
I am judging you so hard right now.
Exxon is saving the day. Exxon can save the day for you too. With savings of up to 10 cents per gallon with a Walmart Plus membership.
You are not being sponsored by Walmart.
No, I'm not being sponsored by Walmart. I was just saying I factually do save 10 cents per gallon because of Walmart Plus. That's a fact.
So
How the hell do I get there?
Have a game question.
Where the hell is it? Hold on. I see the sign. Where's the actual gas station?
Yeah, so Putz, we can't see, it's behind, so just hush while I answer the game question. Putz, you have 2 extra days, and for anyone else who's wondering, you do have 2 days after the day 5 tasks open to finish all of the Crucible stuff.
Yeah, it's a total of 7 days to do 75 tasks. That's where you're at.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So you have. Okay, so in the Twitch feed, we just got on the exit.
All right. What side is my gas tank?
So I don't know how far
by the
behind
way,
we are.
I made it with 1 mile to empty. Whoop, whoop. All right. Well, listen, I'm not gonna end the stream, but we are gonna probably all go inside and take a quick little break. So I'll leave everything on, and Tarpy can talk, or anybody else can talk. But I am. We're gonna take a little break and get some gas and maybe get some snacks, and I think some people have to pee and all that stuff. So
Please.
So I'll do this.
No, we can only. Does Tarpy know?
We're parked. We're parked. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. Oliver, you gonna say hi? Oliver doesn't even want to say hi.
Oh wait. Hey, Discord people, can you hear me or can you hear him too?
Why can't they hear me?
Okay, you can hear both.
They're not.
John,
so
you might.
You're not going to hear me in Discord in a second because I'm going to disconnect so I can buy gas with my phone. But the camera will stay on, so Twitch will still hear me. Oh, which means, oh crap, Twitch won't hear you then. Oops. Oh well. I'll be right back.
Just can you put the break screen on?
No, I can't because I'm on my phone. I'll be right back.
Fail.
You know what? Hang on. Never mind. I want to save my 10 cents. I got to use it. All right, what happens if I unplug? Do I still have you, Tarpy? Nope, she gone. I'll be right back. Let me pay for my gas and then I'll come back.
Christian stayed.
All right, well then Christian can talk to him. Christian, wake your ass.
Christian's asleep.
Most of that will be an hour that'll be on the island, remember? All right, Tarpy, do I have you back? I do.
We're gonna go ahead and
Okay.
All right, now I'm
Okay.
gonna leave the phone here so that you can talk to Twitch chat, but I am gonna go inside and get some snacks, and I'll dance for you on the
Okay,
other
so
side.
you are making sure that you are leaving your phone and you can unlock your car and everything?
All right, good idea. I'll take my
Okay,
key.
Christian. So,
Take a key just in
Okay.
case. And
Okay.
Christian's gonna
I was the
Christian's gonna stay with you too, but I think he's
Yeah.
sleeping.
Well,
By
that's
the way,
fine.
can anybody
I
see
just
the
wanted
shirt
to
I'm
make
wearing?
sure you weren't taking the phone in the bathroom. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Astros, help me.
What do you need, little girl? You want to talk about not SCFC related, so we don't go absolutely crazy?
All right. I don't know. We actually have to talk like adults.
Yeah. We can sit in silence and respectively drift. Well, are you still biking?
Well, see, Christian
No,
Christian is still sleeping, so I'm gonna change the camera so you don't watch him sleep, you creeps.
Have you made sure that he's alive? Like, is he breathing? Did you check for a pulse?
I mean, I'm impressed by what is he doing? Good Lord, what is wrong with this man? You don't need that screen either. Oh, good Lord. Ooh. Hey, Lube, if you're still listening, good luck. No, so I biked for an hour and 15 minutes. I have a setup in my basement where I have my road bike on a trainer, and the trainer Bluetooths to my iPad. So I was biking to the beach while DJz was driving to the beach. That was kind of fun. And I didn't want to go outside today because we have a really bad case of wildfire smoke in my state right now. So if anybody looks at the air quality in Minnesota, basically, why do we live where the air hurts to breathe for the opposite reason than normal? What is he doing? Oh my God, this man is so weird. Is he twerking? Good Lord. Yeah, okay. That wasn't just me that saw that. What are you doing today, Dexter?
Well, it's Saturday, which is always my most favorite fun day of the week because I spend basically the whole day at church doing all kinds of fun stuff.
Oh, cool.
See, I was here for like 3 hours this morning. I'm back now to switch it from a weekday to weekend mode, and then I get to go home and have dinner, come back. Then I'll go to my buddy's house, and he said he's gonna throw up a movie for us tonight so we can just chill. Did a lot of
Okay.
barbecuing here yesterday, so that's kind of why I had to come back. I had to clean up everything that I didn't want to clean at midnight, because who wants to clean a grill at midnight?
Yeah, nobody. Who wants to clean the grill, period, but like, yeah.
Honestly, true. If I could just never clean that grill, I'd be totally happy. But he's nice enough to let me come grill her, so I gotta, at least take care of the stuff.
That's true. I mean, you got to take care of the stuff you work with, right?
Definitely. Sometimes.
Oh, this makes me. Now I want to smoke stuff. That's not fair. What should I smoke? So my father-in-law's coming next week. What should I smoke while he's here?
Jerky?
Ooh, I can do that. Yeah, because he's driving. Okay. So it's awesome because he is coming to see his kids and grandkids, not our kids. Brisket, yeah, Thad. I have not done a brisket yet, but he's driving here halfway across the country to see his kids, which is super awesome. Where do you find your clips? There's a clips menu. Does he have a preference? Why would I bother asking him? Jeez, he's my in-law. Why would I ask my father-in-law his preference?
Wait, is that what you meant by FIL, father-in-law?
Yeah, FIL, father-in-law? Uh-huh.
Oh,
What do you think I meant?
I had no idea. I was like, what is this weird? This has got to be some like weird science lingo that I've never heard. I was like, right,
Okay.
cool. That sounds great.
Yeah,
Father-in-law.
to be fair,
It's good. It's way more serious.
okay. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that would be confusing. I don't. He's also such a nice guy, and like, look at me actually like praise my in-laws. Like, he is super amazing. That I think that he wouldn't. He'd be like, yeah, whatever you want to cook, and he'd be happy with it because he is one of those people who's just genuinely happy to be around you. And he'd be like, yeah, like you're making me something, I'm going to be happy with it kind of person.
That's
So we could get a brisket for next week. Poor Strider is now all sad that I might have to make him a brisket too. Vagrant, we will welcome, by the way, first time chat. We will ask him to remind us when he gets back what brand of everything this is. Yeah, parking can absolutely help me with stuff to smoke. I feel like shipping that from Canada to Minnesota violates some international laws, and I'm not necessarily up for that. Just saying.
I don't have to know.
There's like customs and shit.
You've never lied to customs?
No. Would I admit that on a stream that's being recorded? Also, no.
Also true.
I mean, I need to go through customs like 3 or 4 times a year because I live next to Canada. Yeah, so Vagrant, that is actually DJz. I don't recognize your name much because, again, you're new. He is actually driving on vacation today. So he's the weird guy who will walk in front of the car and start dancing. That is our fearless leader. He's driving to vacation in Hilton Head. And we're just here talking. I'm Harpy. That's Destros. We're
Which is
minions.
pretty cool. I'm the new guy.
Oh, well, you are barely newer than me. And he's Wolfwood. Oh yeah, no, I'm not in the car. I am thousands of miles away from the car, actually, because this is all getting piped through Twitch and Discord. But Dragon Keeper knows how to get past all the good way stations. MJ hit, I'm assuming Ops 54 rather than hitting 54 people. Oh yeah, see, I called it. There's the chicken deads. Is it going to be a banana next? Banana.
All right, we're back. Whew.
I know.
I'm gonna throw it in the trash.
So there was a question for you, and I've already scrolled a little bit.
Okay.
Hi. Tell us again about your camera mount setup and what you think of it.
What do you guys think of it?
Okay, tell us what it is first. Because somebody actually asked, what is your camera mount and what do you think of it?
Well, I am using a small rig motion shock mount that is designed for action, vehicular motion. In the demo, they use this video on jet ski, or they use this mount on jet skis, on cars, drones, anything that has motion and vibration. So I am using this, and I bought it. Sorry, I was looking at my text message.
You bought it.
So I bought this mount because it would help with the vibration. Last time we tried to film a video in the car, there was a lot of vibration, and so I didn't want to do that again. So I got this shock mount, and actually I'm really, really liking it. It's very cool, and it just to the touch, it will, it's got the spring loaded in it, so it is doing really good at keeping the vibration down. Also, as far as the audio goes, crazy enough, I'm actually just using a speakerphone, and I'm rerouting the audio from speaker into Twitch and Discord. So, viewer says the audio sucks. Really? Well, that's unfortunate. I have another microphone I could use, but you're not going to hear Tarpy really well. You would hear Discord worse. Let me ask you, the audio, does it suck for me, or does it suck for the people in Discord? Because I expected it to kind of suck for the Discord audio, but it was better than nothing. The only way I could make that any better is actually setting up.
It's definitely not the studio, but it's fine.
Well, it's not going to be studio. Oh yeah, compared to the studio mix, it's
Yeah,
not. Yeah.
I mean, it's fine for being talking in cars. But Randucci, that's more the connection that you have
Yeah. I'm
driving through countryside than.
Yeah. You have a crash bag?
No.
Okay. So, the Discord audio, or the Discord audience, you say it sounds compressed. That's probably just because I don't have great data. Because again, I'm just connected to Discord with my phone on speakerphone, so that's no different than what a lot of you guys are listening on. It's probably just bandwidth issues where I'm traveling. So, but yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be a studio quality audio gig, more of an IRL thing. Kind of like when we were at the beach, and probably slightly worse than when I was at the beach because I'm not using that same Rode mic because I needed the speakerphone to pick up the Discord audio. If I just wanted to talk to you myself, I would use the Rodecaster mic. But, so, anywho. All right, I'm going to send one or two text messages real quick.
Sounds good.
So, we're meeting our family there, and they asked what time we were going to run, what time we were going to get there. And I didn't answer because I was streaming. And Noah says, we're going to be a little later than we thought, actually. I guess the plan is to stop 10 times before we get there.
Down close to 10.
Smart Alec.
I'm trying to get on the
Was she asleep during all the traffic?
Anywho, all right, we're ready to get back on the road. Let me turn my nav back on. And then we'll get out of here.
Are you going to keep Twitch going, by the way?
Yeah, we'll keep Twitch going. Oh, we never recorded the closing, did we? All right.
No, that was what I asked.
Well, Tarpy, was there anything else game related that we need to do? And if not, then I will go ahead and record the closing for the purpose of the podcast. But yes, I'm going to keep both the stage and Twitch going. I mean, you guys have passed a great deal of my time, so thank you so much. I'll stay with you as we do this IRL, and we'll have fun driving, and you guys can watch my view.
I think RP ended up for a minute.
Oh, okay. I saw a couple of people who had written something in chat about enjoying watching the drive, so and having a conversation. So that is cool. We'll do that. So, anywho. All right, so I'll get ready to go ahead and record my closing here in just a second when I get back on the highway. And then we'll just hang out and chat. And I'll be happy to answer questions. DJz can monitor the chat there for me if there's game questions or other questions or just whatever comments, fun stuff. We'll curate the chat and have a little bit of fun. So, guys, I appreciate you guys all hanging out in the studio audience. For those of you who have missed the long-awaited return of Talking in Cars with DJz, well, here you go. It took a vacation trip to the beach for me to get back into doing something like that. There's just not enough time in the morning on ARC launch mornings anymore. But Talking in Cars with DJz used to be a really fun thing, and I've had fun with it today. So thank you guys so much. Thanks to Bubba for stopping by, and Tarpy and DJz, everybody for hanging out today, and you, the live studio audience. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out. We appreciate you listening to our content and consuming it wherever you listen to your podcast, including iTunes and YouTube Music and Spotify and Pandora and Podbean and all the others. So thank you guys so very much. We appreciate that. Talking Trek or Talking in Cars with DJz is a subsidiary of Talking Trek and is a registered trademark. Recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. We will do more content later this week from the beach on a pop-up schedule, so keep close watch on the Discord, and we'll see you on the next one. For everybody here at Talking Trek, my name is Ultimate DJz, your friendly neighborhood cat person saying meow for now. Love you a minute. Catch you on the next one. Bye, everybody. Except I'm not really saying bye. All right, DJz, will you send me a timestamp on the stream so I can
I got you.
So I can cut that out?
304.
She's back.
How much?
She's back. 304.
We've been straight. So we still, In Carz, did a 3-hour show. That is unbelievable. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That is wild. I can't help it. I cannot not do a 3-hour show. That's stupid.
Hey, by the way, Lube is going to 70.
Who
I don't know if you saw that.
Who did?
Lube. Oh, Lube is going to 70. He's streaming on it right now.
Oh, congratulations, Loopster. Too bad you're not going to get any rewards for spending all those materials. Did I say that out loud?
Oops.
That was a rude thing of me to say. All right, question.
You are an asshole.
I am an asshole. Questions,
There was a
comments?
question in chat.
Yeah. What you got?
If you were test driving a vehicle for the dealership this weekend, or if this is just your normal vehicle.
No. Yeah. So I am driving a Ford Expedition Platinum Max because I'm bougie as hell. So yeah, I'm driving the long version of an Expedition with many, many bells and whistles. I love this vehicle. I actually used to own an Expedition, and I love Expedition. But I didn't need it, especially after I got the dealer demo, so I sold it. But because now anytime I go on a trip, I can just take a demo. So yeah, Mrs. Boss has very generously provided my transportation for today's trip in the form of an Expedition Platinum Max. It's a wonderful vehicle. Love this vehicle. 2 thumbs up for anybody. I mean, look at the space on the inside. Captain's chair's in the middle. Noah, how's your leg room? There's a thumb up. And look, Christian is literally sleeping on a bed in the back. All right, so it's as close to a conversion van as you can get. We got the
the two humans in the far back are like 6 feet tall.
yeah.
Too. So like, look at the headroom in that thing.
We do have. I don't know if this will affect my lighting or not. We've got a twin panel sunroof. Yeah, check that out. Now, you know what? I just realized you can't see much of it because I got a cargo box on top of the car. That's what that black thing is right there. I got a Thule cargo box up top.
Hey, you say it right.
Yeah, Thule.
The brand, yeah. Nobody knows how to say that right.
Oh, really?
The brand, yeah, the THULE.
Yeah.
It's Thule.
It is Thule. So I got a Thule box on top. And the reason I like the Max instead of the standard length is just the extra space in the back. So you can see I've still got some stuff stacked up in the back behind the third row, but the third row is still up because that's what Christian is sleeping on. But yeah, no, I love the Expedition. It's like driving a bus. Noah's asking me for my pretzel crisps that we got at the gas station. We stopped. Sorry, I know it's mirrored, but I can't fix it. So. Oh, I've got a Twizzler. Wait, that's not a Twizzler. What is it? What is this? Oop, Christian might be waking up. Yep, that's mine. You see Oliver creep into frame for no reason other than to steal my candy.
You're holding it in front of his face. What do you expect him to do?
What are you giving me? Wait, Oliver just traded me half of that whole thing for a single Skittle. Here, let me take half of your candy. I'll give you one Skittle. Boy.
I gave you more.
My youngest brother used to do that when my family would go get ice cream. He would eat all of his ice cream, or all of it but 1 or 2 bites, and then look at our mom and say, "You want to trade?"
Yeah.
Because, like, she would always get hers because she's the, good mom. And so his would be gone. And she'd trade. And my brothers, the other 2, hated that. So, but, he'd turn on the cow eyes and just look sad and definitely not like he'd eaten the whole ice cream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and he usually probably won that trade too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, Christian is finally among the living. There he is. There he is. Christian's finally alive. He's only been sleeping for about the last 20 hours. He went to bed at what, like 8:30, 9 o'clock last night, and woke up this morning, didn't want breakfast. He hasn't been feeling well. He had a headache, and I think he was in the sun a little too much yesterday, maybe dehydrated a little bit. But anyway, went to bed like 8:30, 9 o'clock last night, woke up this morning, didn't want to go to breakfast, so basically just woke up long enough to get from the hotel into the car, and then has been sleeping this entire time. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He went to bed, yeah, so about 20 hours, give or take a couple of interruptions. 20 hours. Minus, how long would you say cumulative that you were actually awake, Christian? Like if you add up, because we woke you up last night for 5 or 10 minutes around dinner time. So what, maybe like an hour total you've been awake since last night? Yeah, so 19 hours. 19. How do you sleep 19 hours? I slept 19 hours. Oh, man. All right, we're back on the road. We have 2 hours and 19 minutes left on our journey. That'll probably be extended a little bit once we get to the island traffic. We are getting closer to some of the fun areas here in South Carolina when we get close to Hilton Head. Let me see if Noah can remember one. Noah, do you remember any of the city road signs that we pass getting to Hilton Head that's like one of your favorites? Any of them? No? I don't even think he's ignoring me. Yeah, he's talking about different colors of candy. Okay, well.
What are you talking about? Road signs?
Yeah, like the names of a city or a town.
No, I don't know.
I remember one. It's called Kusawachi. Anybody ever heard of Kusawachi, South Carolina? It is my absolute most favoritist road sign name of any place that I've ever passed before in my life. Did I lose Discord?
No.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Kusawachi, South Carolina. That's my favorite.
Okay, so here's so the first time chatter who asked you about the mount for your phone.
Yeah.
They're actually an Ops 28 account. So I was like, ooh, I love you.
What's up, Ops 28?
And they're mentioning, yeah. So I was like, we don't get that.
Are you playing on a European server?
With the IMS at all. And the Crucible events, so they basically have nothing to do right now besides the core game, which honestly sounds kind of nice, given how nice some of this goes. But at some point, we can't just say, oh, you have to speed through it to get to G3.
Yeah.
2. Yeah, you're going through some weird cell service right now.
Probably.
But, by the way, does your fancy-ass car have a satellite feed?
No.
Okay. Because that would have been a interesting way to host a stream if it was just fed to a satellite.
Yeah, but remember, we tried Starlink one time. It's not good for streaming because of the constant upload interruptions, remember? Oh, wait, that might have been again before your time.
I mean, would it be much worse than every 30 seconds?
Well, no, I'm just saying streaming in general, Starlink's not good for because of the amount of renegotiation it has to do like every 5 to 7 minutes. So it might have been all right for the purposes of this road trip. But
okay.
Yeah, we installed Starlink at the home studio, I guess a year and a half ago, and it didn't actually work very well just because of the constant renegotiation. So we had to get rid of it and go back to a traditional internet. Yeah, I would have been one of the first. I love Starlink, and honestly, it's a great product for download. Like, it's a great product for if you're watching TV or streaming movies or listening to music or watching Twitch. But the upload is a problem. The upload is not consistent. And that's because of the low Earth orbit. So it's not geosynchronous. So it has to renegotiate with different satellites about every 5 to 7 minutes because it's not geosynchronous. So there you go.
Okay. Munch. Oof, that person just kicked her own teammate in the face. Yeah. I had a leftover lamb pot pie that I made the other night.
Damn, lamb pot pie sounds good.
Oh,
I made a chicken pot pie in a crock pot here a week or two ago. It was delicious. Noah loved it. You remember that, Noah? That crock pot stuff? Oh, they can't see you. They're looking at the road.
We're gonna do butt for dinner, I think. I'm making butt turkey beef.
Hey, Tarby, you
meatballs.
remember?
You said butt.
Do you remember
What?
before the stream when I said your audio was better when you turned the fan on?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dropping out a lot right now. Did you turn your fan off?
Yeah, that's not me. No, I've been up here for 45 minutes. It's not me.
I got 4 bars. I want to find a Buc-ee's.
Yeah, and the rest of you are good. Goes in and out.
I want to find a Buc-ee's. I'm going to get some jerky. I don't know, Buc-ee's. I don't think we're going to actually pass Buc-ee's.
Here, I'll go on and off Discord, see if that helps. Hear me now.
Yeah, I got you.
Is that better?
Can't tell yet. I'll tell you in a minute. In the meantime, listen to me crunch this pretzel.
Yeah, that's rude. Now I want more food.
The delicious pretzel. Hey, what's our audience count?
100.
Really?
Watch Lube hit 70. It was at like 120 a while ago.
That's cool. I'm still...
Well, it's 100 on Twitch and 50-ish in Discord, and I don't know how many people have Twitch video with Discord audio. So
that's cool. So
somewhere between
150 of you guys just watching me drive. Y'all silly.
Or, 75-ish.
According in the world of metrics, unique streams are unique streams. So a Discord and a Twitch, even if you're the same person, you still count as 2. In the world of metrics.
That's like how Scopely counts events.
I'll take it. I'll go with it. There's no definitive way to prove otherwise.
I am not going through and counting duplicates.
Yeah, well, you could throw a count on the duplicates.
No.
Okay.
You don't pay me. I'm not doing that.
I pay you in love.
That's not enough.
Hey, do you guys want to play a game? I love this game. I played this game when I was a kid.
Oh, I know this game.
Let's see what shapes you guys can see in the clouds. This will be fun. I mean, just for a minute.
I see a dragon already.
Oliver says he sees a dragon.
I see a squirrel.
Shocking.
That one right here at the top. Yeah. I'm talking to a squirrel, so,
I also see a squirrel.
You do not see a squirrel.
I see a skunk. I see a skunk and a squirrel, I swear. Either a skunk or an otter, that's what it looks like.
Oh. Wait, you bought a Fanta at the gas station?
Yeah.
That's gross.
I like
By the way, let me tell you something about that gas station I was at. 1 star, do not recommend. A, the toilets were nasty. B, they didn't have any ghost energy. C, after not finding any ghost energy, I thought, well, I'll just get a Coke Zero. Didn't have any Coke Zero either. All right, so not only was the bathroom disgusting, but then they didn't have any ghost. Who the hell doesn't have ghost energy? And then didn't even have
Smart people.
didn't even have the basic Coke products. No Coke Zero. I was so disgusted I didn't even buy anything. I used the drink that I already had in my cooler that was ice cold, and I didn't have to buy anything anyway. But I wanted a Ghost. Couldn't get it. So, anyway. Yeah, I really just wanted a Ghost. Ooh, I wonder if while I'm down here I could go to a store and get some different flavors. I bet Hilton Heads has some different flavors than I can get at home. Maybe I can get iced tea lemonade hung here. Ooh, do you guys see that? That says Lion's Den Adult Store. What is that? Sounds dirty.
Sounds like a beer store.
A beer store? Oliver says it sounds like a beer store. That's probably what it is.
You got mad at me for swearing earlier. I just want to point out that whole problem.
He doesn't. He said it was a beer store. Everything's fine.
Oliver, you're great. Just stay that way.
You're a sweet boy. You a sweet, sweet boy. All right, we're getting close to I-95. I-95, I think we're going to see a lot of traffic at that interchange. But I-95, I think, is pretty much like the last major highway change. We'll ride that the rest of the way to the island. So,
Vagrant, you'll have to come back on a different stream. You will find all about Ghost Energy.
what?
When
Really?
DJz and
Oh,
Vagrant-
hold on. No, you don't have to come back. Vagrant, allow me to tell you about the wonderful benefits of Ghost
no.
Energy right here
Oh,
and now. See,
Jesus.
Ghost Energy comes in about 15 to 20 different flavors, including Welch's Grape, Iced Tea Lemonade, Sour Warhead. One of my favorites out right now is Iced Tea Lemonade. It's like the amazing mixture that makes an Arnold Palmer so awesome. The perfect blend of iced tea and fresh squeezed lemonade mixed together in a drink. Nice and cold and refreshing on a hot day. What's awesome about Ghost Energy is that it is an energy drink that doesn't have any of the garbage in it that a lot of other energy drinks have. It has 200 milligrams of natural caffeine from coffee beans, 1,000 milligrams of carnitine, which helps you burn fat and stay energized even longer. It has no sugar and usually anywhere between 5 and 10 calories, depending on the kind of drink, the kind of flavor that you like. With none of the sugar and only 5 to 10 calories, and none of the other junk that comes in a typical energy drink, you get long-lasting energy, epic focus, and none of the crash afterwards. It's an amazing, awesome energy drink, and we love it and appreciate their support here at Twitching Trek. Ghost Energy. In the Twitch chat right now, do !Ghost to find yourself a link to where you can stock up on your Ghost Energy right here and now while supporting our channel. That's !Ghost. Click on the little button, go and buy and find your favorite flavors right now and get your energy on with Ghost Energy.
Do you get paid to do that?
Noah just asked if I get paid to do that, and I would say that the answer is kind of technically yes. Yeah, that's. Do you remember? Okay, so you remember all those cases of Ghost in the kitchen? Yep, that's what happens when I say that I get all that. I remember when Noah came home for the summer, Tarpy, and he was like, "Oh my God, what is all this Ghost?" I'm like, "They just keep sending it. They just keep sending it." How many cases do you think there were that first time? 8 or 10 cases? I still probably have 4 or 5. We've drank a lot of them, but there's still several there. You guys remember the Ghost wall that I did during the cooking stream? The wall of Ghosts? Yeah, that's still there. That is still there.
That's weird.
What, the wall of Ghost?
Yeah.
That's great.
Guru, I would love that.
What?
Really,
What?
it would be
What?
great.
What would Guru love?
No, I would love it. He made a suggestion
I want
that I thought would be great.
I want to know it.
No.
Well, then I'm going to read the chat. Oliver, go find Guru's.
Bad.
Go find Guru's
Bad
comment
cat.
in the chat. Here, open up there. I'll show you where the chat is on your tablet. Open up Twitch. See, I didn't tell you, but I loaded the admin panel on your iPad. All right, now click on, which is a terrible,
Do not
terrible,
turn the stream off.
terrible,
Do
terrible
not turn
idea.
the stream off.
Okay, click on. Click on following. The word following. There you go. Now click my name. You should see my name there somewhere down here.
Oh my god, don't.
See
I see that car drifting.
Okay,
Don't you do it.
Oliver, just find my name, bro. Why can't he find my name?
Oliver, keep
Guys,
confusing
scroll
him.
down.
Yeah,
It's
scroll down.
great.
Scroll down a little bit. I should be listed. Am I not even following myself? What the hell's wrong? What the hell's wrong with me right now?
You want it alphabetically or
There,
chronologically?
right there. Click on. There you go. All right, now there's chat. Now scroll up and find Guru Meditation. You know, Tarpy, somebody's got to read the chat because otherwise I can't address the chat. And we're here
I
in the
am
car.
reading the chat.
Well, the audience doesn't know what it is. All right, what did Guru Meditation say?
Could
Speak
someone-
loudly so the audience can hear you.
Could someone please get him a real sponsor?
What? A real sponsor? Ghost Energy is a real sponsor. That's why we have an exclamation point Ghost command. All right, absolutely.
That went exactly as well as I thought. Thank you, Oliver.
Guru, I do have a real sponsorship, kind of. It's kind of one-sided.
Kind of,
It's
yeah.
kind of one-sided, but I mean, I think they know I exist.
So here's what's kind of hilarious is they actually have a program for the
Look at all these geeks.
people who work for content creators. Where, okay, by the way, welcome to ads. We have another minute of ads. So they will actually sponsor the underlings of content creators before they will sponsor the actual content creators. But the trick is, to get that sponsorship, you actually need to be like an athlete. So I am working out more, right? So I'm totally going to actually apply for a Ghost Energy sponsorship now.
You totally should.
I get a real one.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
probably would get a real one.
No, now, in all seriousness, full disclosure, #ad, Ghost Energy themselves does not sponsor the channel with cash, but if you do the exclamation point Ghost command, it'll take you to an Amazon link, and actually Amazon does. So Amazon does pay us. So, but we do love Ghost. We talk about Ghost all the time. It's kind of a joke. But no, we love Ghost, and both myself and my co-host drink it all the time. So, he always does these weird, silly little commercials about them, and we set up the command because a lot of the audience also does like Ghost, and they've been buying a lot of it. So we set up the Amazon link because Amazon does, in fact, pay us. So Amazon is a lovely, lovely sponsor of ours. So.
And Vagrant, I keep seeing what you're writing because I am watching the Twitch chat. I also want to point out that we have ads set up on this channel such that they show up once an hour, but then you do get 9 ads in a row. So
it's not
other
always
channels will
9.
have
It's
more
3
frequent
minutes.
Ads that are shorter.
Yeah, it's not always 9. It's
So
actually 3 minutes is what it is. It's based in time. So yeah, most streamers will do 1 minute every 20 minutes. Actually, I take that back. A lot of streamers will do 1 minute every 20 minutes. Most streamers do 90 seconds every 30 minutes. I like commercial-free viewing, and 3 minutes is usually enough to like go pee or get a drink or grab a snack. So I go once an hour, but then we don't have to take another ad break for a whole nother hour. So that's how I have mine set up. It's just once an hour, but then you get 3 minutes instead of the 1.5 minutes every 30 minutes. They make you take 3 minutes an hour. Like that's where they make you go. They make you take 3 minutes an hour. So I just have mine all all concentrated into one block. And of course, he can't hear any of this because he's still in ads. So,
I don't know. I don't know when it's done, but yeah, I know it's weird. Different countries have different subscription prices for Twitch, but as Blaze mentions, you can come back, and even if you're just following the stream. So if you just click follow, during a regular stream, we have people that will drop dozens of subs in a day, because they're fantastic humans like that, and you will get a sub to the channel. So you will not get a sub to the channel if you are not following it, so you at least need to be following it.
I would be willing to
Cool
bet,
to
Vagrant, I would be willing to
get
bet that
subs,
if
yeah.
you just asked in chat, somebody would drop you a gift today. That's how awesome our community is. If you ask for it, someone's going to give you one. Someone will do it.
And it might not be immediately. Yeah, it might not be immediately, but like next, and this is one of the few. You thought it was Twitch's decision, not yours. Yeah. No, it's actually Twitch's thing. Not. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Twitch is going to run ads no matter what. Twitch will
There
run.
we go.
See, who did that? Who did what?
Logo. Thank you, Logo.
Hey, Logo Bolus, what's up, buddy? How are you? I haven't been watching chat, so I haven't seen you if you've been hanging out, but thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the gifted sub. We're driving to Hilton Head, South Carolina. What's up, Logo? How you doing? Here's little Oliver. He's riding navigator position. There he is. There's Noah, Christian in the back. There you go. So we are in hour number 8 of our 10-hour drive. Headed to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. But anyway, Vagrant, back to your comment. Yeah, Twitch is going to run ads no matter what. Their default is 90 seconds every 30 minutes. That's their default on a monetized channel. They won't run it on like the super small channels, but on a monetized channel like mine, then they will. And they run 3 minutes an hour no matter what. So as a partner, I get to choose how I want my ads to run. I can do 60 seconds every 20 minutes. I can do 90 seconds every 30 minutes, or in my case, I choose 3 minutes one time an hour because I like commercial-free viewing. So, like, you had 3 minutes, but now you get 57 minutes uninterrupted. And that's how I like to do mine. But yeah, it is a little bit frustrating sometimes. But again, as Tarpy was mentioning, most of our community is actually subs because they're just awesome. So ads are not usually a big problem in my community, except for the newcomers. And then they just have to hop in and be present and be vocal and be kind, and they can ask for a sub, and usually people will give it. So welcome to the familia, aka the litter box. That's what we call ourselves. So appreciate you being here, and thank you, Logo, again for providing our new member a sub. It's very, very nice. So, anywho. Did anybody ever everybody ever say anything in chat about shapes that they can see in the clouds? It's a silly game.
Not really.
Oh, well, you guys would have been cool. But fine, you want to play
By the
a
way,
different
Captain Bull says, well, hold on. Captain Bull says he subscribed to your mom's OnlyFans.
Oh,
I mean, well, your mom only got into it because his mom was doing so well.
Yeah, that's right. I subbed to your mom's OnlyFans. It's actually funny. I think Noah doesn't appreciate the joke about my mom, Captain Bull. Look, he's looking pissy. Look, he's ready to square off, Captain Bull. He loves his granny. Grammy. We call her Grammy.
What did he say?
he said, when I talked about subscribing to the channel, he said, I sub to your mom's OnlyFans, which is, it's a joke. Don't be all upset about it. Bull and I make your mama jokes all the time. Bull is actually a very good friend of mine. Lives in Kentucky. Shout out Kentucky brother. I've actually met him in real life. We've shared food together. And I've played the game. For those of you who don't know, Captain Bull has been my alliance mate for literally 7 years now. We have played the game together for 7 years. We've changed alliances, but we always go together. So he and I have played Star Trek Fleet Command together for 7 years, which is kind of ridiculous. So for those of you who don't understand Captain Bull's mom humor, just know that his mom started it. That's all you need to know.
Well, okay. Well, he couldn't recognize Noah with his shirt on.
I know
So-
it's probably a little difficult. Both of them are wearing clothes today, so probably a little tricky there. But
I know Christian's almost asleep again in the back there.
is he? I don't know. He's awake. He's awake. One of his eyes are open. I truly don't understand how a human can sleep for 19 hours. I don't understand how that's a thing.
Dude's about to grow 6 inches taller. Like that's
He's
that's how it
already
works
six.
when you're-
He's already 6 feet tall. All right, so he is literally 3 or 4 feet further back from Noah, and he's already taller in the aspect ratio. Now you tell me how much taller he is. Noah's like,
Oh, wait,
oh
no,
no.
he's tall. He's-
Noah's like, look, I'm just slouching. No, bro, you're just short. It's fine. Christian, how tall are you?
You get that from your dad.
You are 6 foot now. I bet he's not done growing. I bet he gets another few inches,
I mean,
which is also what Bull's
guys
mom
don't
said.
stop growing until about 25. Yeah. Wait. Oof. Dudes don't stop growing until 25.
25.
So 25-ish. So like women stop growing 21, 22 most of the time. Maybe a little earlier. And dudes don't usually stop growing until about 25 at the most.
All right, now what was
So
the
he's
purpose
got
of that?
another couple years.
Did you see? Oh, you didn't see this guy just cut over on me. Look how close that little equinox is. Just cut right over on me. See, and I didn't even
You're
have the
driving a
camera.
boat.
I didn't even have the camera facing the right direction. I also joked earlier that I was going to leave the camera facing the road just in case anything terrible happened, and I'd have a record of it. Hey, just out of curiosity, because this is a bright stream where we just kind of set it up, are you guys able to see the chat on the left-hand side of the screen? Is it showing up decent, or do I need to tinker with the color or make it bigger? I don't know. I might do something with that before our stream on the beach.
I think you'd need to put it against like a background because it's fine in front of your white shirt, but in front of your skin tone, it's a little bit harder to read.
See, the problem with that is the only way to prevent that is to actually block off a section of screen with black background, and I hate doing that. I think that's so ugly. I hate when streamers do that. So I might just leave it the way it is.
I mean, who actually... Okay, chat. If you actually read the chat on screen, or like on the screen of the stream, would you tell us?
Sure, I read chat all the time on other streams. You guys
Like-
don't. You guys don't read chat?
No, I read the chat in the chat box. Like, I don't full screen almost anything, even on mobile.
Oh, really?
So, like, yeah. Yeah, because you can read chat in the chat box, especially if you talk reasonably frequently. So, like, the chat on the screen of the actual stream might not be that big of a deal.
Well, maybe I'll just turn it off then. I only put it up there because, like, it seems like every streamer in the world has it up there. But if nobody uses it, I'll just turn it off.
Maxman, did your server hit IMS 3?
What? Thanks, man. Congratulations.
No, hold on. No, don't do that yet.
Tarpy
'Cause
says,
he just
"Shut up."
said his dropped.
No, his said his dropships became surveys. So I was curious if that was a mechanic of when your server hit IMS3 or if that is a glitch.
Yeah, do they show? Do they still say drop ships, or did they go back to saying Suliban? Zoom in and look, because this might be part of the map change. That would kind of be cool if it was.
The Discord, okay.
Kind of be cool if it was.
Okay, so. Oh, so they're just spawning in as surveys. And everybody lost? Alright. Eviscerator. Go eviscerate something. For anybody who's, smaller in ops, the Eviscerator is a ship. So if we say get eviscerated. Oh, they are all surveys. They are all surveys.
Are they still drop ships?
Independent traders. No.
Well, what are they? What's their name?
They are independent traders or whatever they were beforehand.
Okay, so the map has changed. They went back to Suliban. They're basically the Suliban.
Yeah, but people aren't done. They're not done. So all the armadas are gone.
Oh, maybe they turned it off for massive failure. Look at the galaxy map. Has the galaxy map changed?
No.
So it's an actual Hurok system.
Literally. No, you're not reading enough into this. They turned off what they're doing, and none of it is here. There's no armadas for anybody to do with 2 days left in the event.
Well, yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't mean...
No, it's not.
Turpy, relax. It doesn't mean that they're gone forever. Maybe it means that they're rebooting it and trying to... If they took it down for 10 minutes and then turn it back on, it'll respawn the 50-50 mix between rares and epics. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's it right there. I think that's it right there.
Yeah, if they turn it off, I'm sure it's not permanent. Everybody relax. That's good. That means that they're turning it off.
Yeah.
They're going to wait a couple minutes. They're going to turn it back on, and that's going to respawn everything. All the hostiles, all the armadas, and everything. That's good.
Hopefully it's good.
I mean, if that's what they're doing.
That's what I suspect they're doing.
I'm
reading official too. I'm trying to get info on this, but I think that's what they're doing.
Who's this?
Okay, so that's Wolfwood.
Oh, okay. Hi, Wolfie.
Hi, DJ. Hi, sorry to intrude.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're fine. Yeah, so they haven't announced anything on official, and I really hate you have to show that channel on purpose crap for the Known Issues channel.
What are you talking about? Known Issues comes into our Discord also. Known Issues.
No, I know, but that's on a delay. That's on a delay, so that I wanted to check the actual channel in official, but you have to... No, not always. Sometimes it's like 2 hours. That's a Discord thing. That's not a you thing. You can't do anything about that.
2 hours? I've never known it to be 2 hours.
That's a Discord thing. Yeah.
Well, they use the same. No, I wonder if that's a poster thing, because anytime I make an announcement for the show, for example, I'll publish that, and it's out within a minute or two. It's out to 1,700 Discords within 2 minutes, and I can see that. So if it was 2 hours later, that's because somebody didn't hit the publish button. Because you have to manually push it.
Okay, so in my network of people, apparently they're resetting the systems. So is that them resetting the systems because they're doing it on purpose? Person who DM'd me that, or is it because...
No, I got it. They are doing a reset so they can fix the spawn rate on the armadas.
Boom! See?
They had to turn it off in order to fix it.
There you go.
Cool.
Perfect. Who asked if that would be on purpose?
No, that was... So...
How would it be anything other than on purpose?
Have you met Scopely?
I mean, come on.
Yeah. Has their stuff just turned off in the middle of an event before? Yes.
Oh, goodness. You know, despite what everybody wants to say, they are competent people that work there.
Oh yeah, the people are competent. I just don't trust how their tech always goes together because they're building stuff on weird things that someone who doesn't even work there anymore. Right. But they're doing the best they can.
Listen,
with
we
some
all
weird
know
aspects.
we all know the best way to fix something is to turn it off and turn it back on again. All right, everything is great.
And then throw it out a window.
So you turn it off, you turn it back on, and then magically everything's going to be fine. Oh,
Oh, I really, it's a different problem for a different day.
I really want to see a sign for Kusawachi. Really, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't think I'm going to get to it though because I can already see traffic is really bad on the navigation and it's rerouting as the back way, which by the way is really beautiful. I'm actually excited to drive on the island with you guys. This is always kind of a fun thing with my family every year. Is
Hey,
like
they're back.
when we actually what?
So the 66 system on my server only has rares now.
Yep, it's all bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
Everything's bad.
So, well, let's see.
Well, that didn't
Because
even-
hopefully this helps. But hopefully the rares respawn as rares. Because they just made them all rares for now. At least in this 166 system.
Well, hey, it doesn't matter. Does it actually matter? Because if it literally takes them 120 seconds to fix it, then just let it roll until engineering can do the thing. It's a Saturday. They reset it. Now you guys got the rares. Everything is great. Good job, Scopes.
DJ's part of. Yeah. Part of why I wanted to make sure we actually knew what was going on was because it's a weekend. If this wasn't on purpose, it's a weekend and they were not going to be responsive. So I'm super thankful they are doing this on purpose on a weekend, but if it hadn't been on purpose, that's something that you would have needed to go talk to them about pretty fast.
Yeah, well, I've got phone numbers. It'd have been fine. But yeah, no, that's good. Good job, Scopes. 2 thumbs up from this cat. Good job. Where's my applause button? I can't find my button. Where's my button? Oh, it's not in the car.
You can never find buttons.
I don't have it in the car. Anyway, what I was saying is one of the things that my family always really enjoys every year is like kind of the moment that we cross into the onto the island. It's always kind of a fun little moment. And if I'm still streaming with you guys, which I should be, it's only about an hour from now. We'll share that with you. It's always cool. I don't know. Maybe that's just an us thing. You guys always get a little bit of like a butterfly in your stomach when like you cross that big ass bridge and then like you're suddenly on an island. It's kind of cool, right? I kind of like it. My kids are goofy about it too. We've always loved it. But what I was saying is it looks like traffic is getting very, very heavy on the main way onto the island. So we're going to, looks like Google is going to reroute us around to a side way. And it'll get us onto the island a little bit faster. And then we can hop on the island. And you guys can hang out with us for a few minutes on the island before we get ready to wrap everything up. And, dude, let me tell you something about grocery shopping. You know how, like, it's always just an absolute nightmare at the grocery store when you, like, are on a vacation cycle day? Every year we would always go to the grocery store on Saturday when we get in town, and it's just an absolute chaotic nightmare. There's people fighting over gallons of milk, and the shelves are empty, and they're out of everything, and it's just always an absolute nightmare. So we have been utilizing, for the last 2 or 3 years, we've been utilizing grocery delivery, which is awesome. So nice. So I don't even have to go shopping now. We're going to go straight to the condo, and we'll have a grocery delivery show up at around, I think, 7 or 8 o'clock tonight with all of our stuff. It's going to be great. Tarpy, did I lose you?
Sort of.
Oh, there you are.
I went to, I muted my own audio, and then all of my audio cut out. Like, I couldn't hear you anymore. I was like, that's not what muting is supposed to do. That's what deafen is supposed to do.
But anyway, so it'll be nice. We could go straight to the condo and get unpacked and just kind of relax and don't even have to worry about groceries. Got a delivery coming. That's part of also why I've got Walmart Plus is the grocery delivery. My sister has Instacart, which I think works for, I guess, all of them. But I like Walmart Plus. It's good enough for me. Everywhere I ever go, there's always a Walmart, so Walmart delivery works fine. But my sister uses Instacart, and she'll get some stuff delivered over. We used to use pickup before delivery was a thing, and even that was nice, but it's even nicer now that they bring it to the house. That literally makes the entire year's membership of delivery services totally worth it. If you use it on vacation, 1,000% worth it for the whole year.
Especially if you're going to a place where it's like you don't necessarily know where the grocery stores are, and then you're just adding to more traffic on a small island.
Oh yeah.
And like,
well, on this island, there's only one main road. Like, there's only one main highway from end to end. So traffic is just always a nightmare. Now, there's, back roads and side roads and stuff like that. But as far as, like, one main artery, that's it. And it's always congested. It's so congested. Especially on a cycle day. Saturdays and Sundays are big cycle days on the island. So we always go Saturday to Saturday, for example. But there's a lot of people that will go Sunday to Sunday as well. And so, you've got basically an entire island worth of tourists leaving that morning, coming back that afternoon. And so the grocery stores, they can't keep up. The grocery stores are basically stocking for an entire island of travelers to come in on one day. It's absolutely nightmare. It's always messed up. So I love the delivery. And then when you forget something, you can just have something delivered again later. Add more traffic. The sky is getting a little dark up there, though. Can you guys see that?
mm-hmm.
Yeah. The sky's getting a little darky. Might get a little bit of rain, although it's still bright and sunny now. Noah, did Grandma ever call back or message you back when she called me earlier?
She gave me the thumbs up.
Oh, okay. I ignored a phone call from my mother earlier while we were taping the podcast. Well, I mean...
You're done.
We were taping a podcast. What was I supposed to do? I wouldn't have answered her if I was in the studio either. But today is a travel day, so hopefully she didn't need anything. But Noah texted her and told her that we were doing a show, and she wrote back a thumbs up. And he was like, "Yep, you're cooked." She didn't even write words back. She just gave a thumbs up, so I'm in trouble now.
I like your mom.
Dude, my mom is no BS, dude. Raised in Philadelphia. She's no nonsense, man. She'll smack you around for looking at it wrong.
That's about right. In sync.
Ba ba ba. Is there a reason you're quoting 90s boy bands?
No, I said begin sync because I'm syncing my Xbox Club.
Oh, I just heard in sync.
there a reason you're quoting boy bands or
I
what?
mean, it was a great song. Iconic, in fact. Dude, this is so gross. I've got dead pieces of skin falling out of my shirt sleeves.
Oh my god, we didn't. I didn't care.
Dude, it's so bad. Oh my god. I'm gonna need to exfoliate. I need to exfoliate. I need a loofah. Oh my god, I forgot a loofah. I'm gonna have to call Walmart, add a loofah to my grocery order. I need a skin exfoliation. What?
Yeah.
Why are you making fun of me?
I'm not making fun of you at all, Katie.
Oh, you and Oliver playing. Yo, give me some of those chips, bro.
You should make fun of him.
Give me some of those chips, bro.
Make fun of him.
Give me those chips, bro. Yeah. Num num. Dude, it got real dark really fast. Holy smokes. Whoop! I about ran off the road. I was reaching for a Dorito. Is Tarpy still in voice?
Yes.
Oh,
He's just being quiet.
I'm about to fall asleep here. You got to talk to me to keep me awake.
That is not my job. You have kids for that.
Where's DJz? Wolfwood. Is chat quiet too? If they're bored, maybe we should just end the show. I don't want to make bad content. I never make bad content. Oh, there comes the
Yeah,
rain.
not much going on right now. I think everyone's trying to still is in upheaval about the events being turned on and off again.
What? Why? I don't understand people.
I know it's just everyone's being fussy. I just went to DCAT official. Oh god, it's successful.
Why would you go? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that yourself?
I know. I know. I was looking for information on what was happening, so I braved the cesspool.
So now that they're back on,
I was trying to
why
help
would anybody have anything negative to say?
information.
I mean, for 2 minutes, I can see people being grumpy. Oh my God! Look at that rain. That came a pouring quick.
Actually, the chat is asking, are we there yet? And
Not quite.
that they're telling you they need to pee.
Chat needs to pee.
Yes.
We can send you back to another ad break. You have time to go pee.
You know, it is really trippy to see you change lanes and not be able to hear the blinker noise.
All
It's
right.
like, damn it, man, use your blinker. But
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick. There you go. I'll help you out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What snacks did you bring us? Because, I don't have snacks over here.
Currently, I'm eating spicy sweet chili Doritos in the purple bag. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick.
I regret that now. Shut up.
I'll make sure you do.
Ooh. Okay, so here's an interesting question. What if the Walmart screwed up your order and only got you decaf coffee or decaf versions of whatever caffeinated thing you drink.
Well, then you do an order discrepancy, you get a refund, and then you replace your order.
What if they ran out of caffeinated whatever?
Then you got to then going to the store ain't gonna help. You gotta wait till the next day, and that happens because this store. If I were to IRL with you inside this Walmart, it'd blow your mind. The shelves will be empty. There will be no milk, no bread, no eggs. Why those things are always the first things to run out, no idea, but there will be none of those. It's always that way every year. I heard an alert. Somebody did something. You're going to make me look at my phone.
No, jeez. Okay, come on now. Blue Meanie, thank you for your subscription.
Yo, Blue Mini, thanks for the sub. What's up, baby? All right, that person's flying.
Now people want to know if you're doing Studio B.
No. Madrox and I discussed it. We decided against it. I know that we were talking about potentially doing it. Madrox and I spent a great deal of time discussing the logistics. And ultimately we decided against it. It was going to be too difficult to do a quality show. And not only that, but this was one thing, and I didn't talk about this publicly. I'm sorry, TikTok. Anybody who's been to Hilton Head Island knows that for whatever reason, cellular signal here is, well, it's not whatever reason. I know what it is. It's capacity. Cellular signal here is not really great. There's enough cellular signal to make calls and text and everything like that is perfectly fine. Data speeds are not fast on this island. I'm sure it's related to capacity. I don't know if cellular providers put a cap on individual lines, but part of that too is I know that we probably wouldn't have gotten a high quality HD signal out, and that's kind of required if you're doing Studio B. So we weighed all of these options, put everything together, and just decided it wasn't going to be worth trying to do when we expected a show to not go well. You know, it was kind of what we were talking about earlier, Tarpy. Like, I'm all about doing shows and doing content wherever I can, as long as the production quality is good. I hate doing poor production quality stuff. I really do even hate now that the audio quality is not up to snuff. But a 3 or 4 hour DJ show with bad bandwidth and bad audio quality, I couldn't have done that. So for those reasons, Madrox and I decided that we would just wait.
Okay, so here's a post that they put in the Known Issues channel. We've rolled out a fix so that players should be seeing more rare Iraq invading entities in transigen systems. That's right, because they're now all rare.
That's fine.
Some rare. Yeah, no, I'm just amused. Like that's not a complaint. They're absolutely right. It is more. It's more than zero. One is more than zero.
Well, so we don't have the opposite problem. Well, only rare spawn and no one has that.
Well, they can fix that just as easily too. Man, look at this rain.
Yeah. Hey.
That happened really quick.
Ooh, Strider brought me snacks. I know. Thank you, Strider. Lucy, bad influence. He says,
that more rare armadas are worth 1 point, so you have to drink. And by you have to drink, it's me, not him. Or you.
I'll drink.
It's me.
I think I want to do like this truck and play Dodge Car. You guys see this truck weaving in and out?
Yeah, that's definitely not
I'm gonna do it.
stupid. Oh my god.
Time to play Dodge Car. Yeah,
Engineering, do you want to come up and talk about Schedule 1?
I might have some time to play some Schedule 1 this week, possibly. I brought my gaming laptop.
Put your hand up in chat, you can update us on where you've been. What you have been doing.
I just won't be able to. I won't be able to stream it. But no, I said I brought my laptop so I could play some Schedule 1 this week, but I won't be able to stream it for the same reason because the internet's not real good. I'm assuming, just asking you engineers in chat, is it a capacity thing? Because the connection is always good. It's just internet is slower here. So I'm assuming it's just a capacity thing. Because it's never fast.
Oh, just passing the time. I bought every single business that we have available. And also purchased every single home available. I still have $21,000 to spend.
Is it harder to keep up with when you're playing by yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say so. Because then you have to hire more employees. You got to make sure suitcases are full. Yeah. I imagine at that point, that game just becomes about inventory management. You don't even get to go out and do any of the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Sounds like Star Trek League Man.
Very true. I got to the point where I got the warehouse. The big one that we got for the cocaine, I got my cocaine set up there, got my mess set up at the barn, I got the bungalow set up for the weed. The high quality stuff too. And I'm at the point right now where I got the little storage room bag I have for the where to collect all the goods. And there stands out.
No, that's pretty phenomenal. Like I said, I know it's probably a lot to keep up with. All the staff and everything would be a nightmare. Especially for me, because I don't know how to use the damn clipboard.
I think one of these days I'll should share my screen with Discord and show you how to do the whole clipboard thing.
No, I need to learn how to use the clipboard.
So I mean, I'll teach it to you. You'll see how
By the way, the stream is getting a little bit fussed with from the rain. Obviously, there's nothing you can do about that, but like just letting you know.
Yeah, no, it's actually bandwidth. I'm down to 1 bar on Discord, and so I'm sure that the stream is starting to lose some bandwidth too. Probably could be weather, but it's also a cell signal.
I'll call it both.
Man.
You still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just thinking about how moist this road is right now.
So, Cruzito wants you to. Oh, that was very spicy chip.
Rosita wants to mention that the Cerritos shield regen got fixed,
Really?
apparently. Hello, Rosita. Question is, did it get fixed right?
What is right?
Scope lead?
All right, well, we're not apparently. He's 107 miles away, unfortunately.
It's only an hour. It's a quick detour.
Yeah.
Worth it for content.
Dude, Buc-ee's is the bomb, man. I love me some Buc-ee's. Are your headphones dead now?
Yeah. That is heck.
Oliver. Oh, never mind. Can you guys hear Noah's phone? I want to make sure you can.
A little bit. Like, I heard there was female voices in the background, but...
Turn it down just a little bit. Or slide into the back with your buddy. Do you guys want to see how Noah is parked right now? That's him right there, slouched down. But there's his feet. His feet all propped up on the back of Noah's chair. I mean, he might as well be, or Oliver's chair. He might as well be just laying down.
Whoever buys that car in the future is gonna have a time.
It's a great vacation car.
Oliver, I'm gonna punch you in the fucking face. Put it back.
Dude. No, shut up.
Cause more problems.
Do what?
Just be a little bit of a voice for the kids.
It's
I'm
different.
causing problems for you.
Yeah, it's different. It's not a he's touching me thing now. It's, your seat's reclined on my legs. All right, well, the range lightened up a little bit, which is good. I can pick speed back up.
Alright, how much uncommon and rare do I have to spend?
Not enough.
All of it. Right.
I haven't decided if I'm going to spend on this auction, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't mind spending for an SMS when I also have to do it for Boldly Go. So
Boldly Go doesn't
I'll probably do
require
that
much,
much.
does it?
10K rare.
10K rare
You're
G6?
Yeah.
10K rare G6?
Okay, you're 69 now, right? Or are you 68 still?
68.
Okay, so yeah, you have to spend 10.3 thousand rare G6.
Holy damn.
Or yeah, and it's the biggest point milestone in the Boldly Go whole thing.
That should be for 10K rare.
It's 65. Yeah, so it's actually
That's a lot.
yeah, so that will get you. So if you spend 10.3 thousand rare mats in G6, that will get you almost 3 pulls of the mats in the thing, which doesn't make up for it. But, you know, that's rewards. But that is one milestone that doesn't apparently move much in G6. So Strider at 65 needs to do the same amount of rare mat spend.
Damn.
Yeah, and then it's also 30,000 G6 uncommon if you want to finish that one.
Holy shit.
So,
dude, that's like...
yeah, it's actually...
That's
pricey.
That's probably 15 million points roundabout. I haven't done the exact math. I mean, that's a lot of points.
You can see why it was like, oh, that's.
I did not realize that the Crucible was that high.
Well, I mean, Crucible is supposed to not be easy. It's literally called a Crucible.
Oh no, I get it. I'm just saying I didn't realize it was that much. I mean, I'll still do it. But I didn't realize
well, I was kind of saying that for everybody else too, because it's like, this is not supposed to be easy. It is a crucible, and by definition, a crucible is something that gets either really, really hot or really high pressure. So you're basically making diamonds with this stuff.
Well, and again, you know, it's certainly not required either. You know.
Well, some of it's required if you can't do some of the other stuff, and you still want to do the whole thing. So
yeah, that's a lot.
It's some scale of required. Much 29,500, and then 10,000.
My back road here.
Those materials. A G4 for rares, maxed out one is over 91,000 G4 rares, and for commons that's 234,000.
What?
That's what I see.
No. 90,000 G4.
I don't know what it's like for G5, so.
Wait,
that
was that sea engineering?
Yes.
Okay, you and Wolfwood sound similar, or similar enough.
90?
But Wolfwood is like 54.
90,000 G4 material
Super
rare?
32, so.
56.
Hey, look, there's the sign for
56.
Kusawachi.
Right there on my name.
Everybody stop. There's the sign for
Right there on my
Kusawachi.
name.
It's my favorite. Yay, Kusawachi. Oh, and I dropped signal enough so that you couldn't even hear it. God bless it. That annoys the piss out of me. Well, that's a shame that you guys couldn't hear that on stream. Damn it. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Do I have you back on Discord, Tarpy?
So my heroic SMS caps out at milestone 4 at 71.71 million, and the max points that you have to spend is 60 million.
You have me back, Tarpy?
Yes.
I think I lost you for a second.
Yeah, I do know. Well,
Did you?
You lost us.
Yeah. I meant I was hoping. I figured I did because I dropped signal, but I was really excited because I just passed the sign for Kusawachi. You guys can't hear me again?
This is nope. Nope. No, you sound like Putz.
Well, that's terrible.
I need the signal for on top.
All right, it looks like signal's getting a little bit better. You guys have me back a little bit?
A little bit.
I was saying I was excited because I just passed the sign for Kusawachi. But I'm sure you guys didn't get to see it. But it's my favorite town name, Kusawachi. Yay, Kusawachi.
So you didn't hear me when I said how many points that is for the SMS? How much did you think it was?
15 million.
DJ? Like points value wise?
15 million.
Try 60.
Whoa, that's gnarly, dude.
And your SMS, your whole heroic SMS for the Cosmic Choice Recruit event is 71 million. Almost 72.
Oh, well, I guess I am finishing it then.
Right? Because it's like, oh, well, I might as well spend 10 million more points.
Yeah, no, I'll totally do that.
Hey, I've been where you are. I've been to Hilton then. If it's gonna keep cutting out like this, it might be a good time to call it done.
Yeah, I don't know. know. We are on the back road, but we haven't made it to the island yet. But yeah, maybe so. Can't say for sure.
Yeah, if you...
Well,
Yeah.
Will you handle it in Twitch chat? Will you tell everybody bye?
I can tell them things, but I have to have...
Tell them,
you long enough to know
tell them bye, and thanks for watching, and we'll check in later.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Lube is still going, so I can hurry it into lube.
Well, I don't know. Now it looks like I got full bars back. Well, now it's dropping a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It might just be the congestion we were talking about trying to get onto the island. So, yeah.
Well, your audio still sucks.
Well, let's raid out then. Tell everybody I said bye.
Okay.
That would probably be the best, Sharpie.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. Okay. Yeah, we've lost half the audience, so that's probably a good call.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of ridiculous.
I'm not asking you a problem.
Really, when you think about it, how ridiculous is it that we've had as much data problem as we've had on this drive? And I've literally driven on major highways the entire way. Like, how much of this country still does not have cell signal? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to say see you later to Twitch?
Bye, Twitch. Love you guys.
Oh, that's perfect.
I don't think I can hear anything.
Start in a minute.
Bye,
Yeah,
Twitch.
yeah.
Have a great day. We'll catch up with you later. Stop that.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah. Oh, we just got a copyright strike. Boom, done. Have you read? It's still on.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Almost there.
Go. And braided. Ooh, just as he's pulling a scimitar out of dock.
Perfect timing.
Why did he choose the scimitar? It's the worst one.
He's building all three.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, it's so pretty though.
It is
Oh my
very
god,
pretty.
I love the details on it. It's so pretty. Oh, Andy's in a level 6 hype train. Oh, just finished, but that's cool. Did you turn Twitch off?
Get up here and have a good time and enjoy your vacation, DJ.
Thank you.
We'll later see engineering.
Have fun and let me know when you want to do some schedule one. I'll see what I can do.
Sounds good, buddy.
You for a few hours.